Try to.
I
We'll
can't make no
try.
promises if I am up or not right now because I
I
just
get you,
ate
Jay.
and
I
I'm
get you.
feeling it.
This is why I said, Jay, you need to give me like access to like a button that has access to like a train horn inside your room. So whenever you fall asleep, you just press the button.
Just like get like a
to wake you
taser.
Yeah,
up.
that's gonna be a no. That's
Uh,
Wait, Bluetooth taser. I
well, we
knock
could.
him awake.
What? Like, we could get your phone number. You can put your ringer up. We could try calling you.
Or, or if you really want to go whole hog, since we just talked about, we're all part of the NSFW community. You can get one of those Bluetooth love sense toys.
Oh no.
no, 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 no. I'm like I'm freaky, but not like that. No.
s- uh,
I'm just saying it's an option.
Fans of the
It is,
RPG win.
it's a low tech option.
I mean,
No,
you've been, me
Mr.
and Fuzzy have
President
been
been a
on a
bad
talk
kitty.
show.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That freaking meme ruined me.
Me and Fuzzy have been on a podcast together with another creator named Jim Starson. And
I
they
remember.
ran a campaign that kind of was like that. uh, anyway, back to our campaign.
All right, so we got the recording going.
Yeah.
Okay. That being said, in the topics that we just rolled through, as I mentioned on Discord a couple days ago, this upcoming section of the game does have some NPCs and some set dressing and whatnot that will touch on some adult themes. Some of these can be uncomfortable themes, and as I asked all of y'all whether or not you were, okay with the mentioning of these things, they will happen,
Off screen.
off screen. I'm not going to go into graphic detail of sexual assault or anything. So I want to let anybody who is listening to is watching the stream know that that is a topic that may or may not come up. So if that is something that you are just uncomfortable with, you might want to skip this one. That said, though, let's do a official recap here as I throw the last bite of food in my mouth. Okay, so set that to the side. All right, so in our last session, the party in Laurel. Let me make sure I swallow everything. Okay, so the party in the city of Laurel had a couple of interesting encounters, let's say. One of the main drivers right at the beginning was the fact that the party was sort of kind of split in two. On one hand, we had Tim, our automaton, who had gotten kind of on the bad side of the guards, and so he hightailed it when they came to the Stupors Relief to, talk to him about some suspicious stuff. And he decided to just jump out of a window. He jumped out of a second-story window right in full view of the main street after the guards walked in the front door, and then ran down the street to go into hiding. There was some shenanigans involved with that, but he eventually just sort of hid himself in an alley. And afterwards, the party answered some questions for the guards. They stuck around for a little bit, and then they went back and did their job as guards and whatnot. They left two guards there at the Stupors Relief to just kind of keep an eye on things in case Tim showed back up. But nobody actually had to lie to the cops except for Laria, who kind of really skirted the edge of lying to the cops about knowing where the fuck that Tim was, since Laria was literally the only person that Tim said anything to before he did this.
Mind you, she was half asleep during that too.
Yeah,
That's probably how
yeah.
she just barely got away with it.
Yeah, and she was like half asleep when it happened, and then like still half asleep when the guards showed up. So, you know, like I said, she skirted the edge of lying to the cops and just simply lied and you know, handled it with the like, I'm fucking half awake. I don't know what the shit's going on. So it's not really lying. But after that, the party minus Tim, June, and Torque, who stayed behind at the Stupid's Rest. The party then went to handle a couple of things, and they went over to a artist studio, which is multiple artists in like multiple studios that makes up the ground floor of this building. The floors above them were like residential, you know, like apartments and stuff. But this one building has on the ground floor a whole bunch of artists, and one of those artists was a dude named Verdant Love. And so the party met Verdant Love because Verdant Love was recommended to them as somebody who could handle Callie's request to basically like take a good look at her and then sort of like work backwards to figure out what her mom probably looked like. And there was a guy who, you know, was recommended to be able to do this. His name's Verdant Love, as I just said, and it turned out that he was a Leshy, like Laria. And except unlike Laria, who is a mushroom Leshy, this guy is a seed Leshy. And in this particular incarnation of him, he's a giant acorn. So imagine an acorn the size of a big pumpkin, with like a human face plastered on the front of it and little arms coming out the sides and little legs coming out the bottom. But he was the artist, and he took Callie's request, and while they were, you know, going dickering over the details and whatnot, meanwhile, Tim, slinking around through the alleyways in the back, came around towards the area and where the artist and everything was at, because this is just a couple of blocks away from the adult annex, which is where he said he was going to go hide at. But he came over to that area, and he noticed through his new abilities to like detect, you know, magical signatures. One, he noticed the party-shaped void in his like detection area, because he can ignore, you know, magic that he's aware of, i.e. anybody from the party. So he knew the party was there, and then he also noticed some magic coming from up above the studio. So he had Brick go do like backflips over in one area to like draw attention, so that he could then climb up. And he climbed up to the second story, looked in the window, and he saw a lady inside of a residential apartment. She looked completely human, and in fact, she literally matched the like pictures that were there, like in the apartment. She looked just like the people who were in the pictures on the walls. But Tim felt something was off, and proceeded to like shenanigans his way into the building by summoning Brick through the building, like right in front of the window, on the other side of the window, so that Brick could open the window that he could climb through it, so that he didn't have to break it to actually get inside. Of course, this, you know, startled the lady who was inside of the apartment, and this rapidly turned into a confrontation as this random, you know, person with some magical signatures coming off of them. New combat, like to the point that they were like flipping around Tim and leaving him in the goddamn dust. But Tim managed to get good enough hold on her that she pulled a gun on him, and even though she didn't point it at him, she pulled the gun and then she shot it like into the ceiling, and then started screaming for help that she was being attacked by an automaton in a town that has a, you know, or at least the guards in the town have a prejudice against automatons. Obviously, the party, being just downstairs, hears all of this. So everybody starts coming back together. If I am remembering correctly, Swag went up the internal, like inside of the building, like stairwell to get up to the second floor, while Mr. Servos and Dr. Tremors were sent out the window so that they could then scale the wall the same way. And as they were going up the wall, the lady like backflipped out of that window that Tim had used to like get into the apartment. So she like fucking flipped him off and then like backflipped out of the window to like make an escape. And so Mr. Servos just like watches her go past and then like is like from off the top rail, you know, like wrestling style, just elbow drops and pins her to the fucking ground. Tim claims that he saw during the tussle with her that he saw a like glitch effect or something, and that she was actually an automaton, not like a human being. So Callie, who had just like climbed out the window, grabbed the scarf that she was wearing and yanked it off of her, which in fact revealed her to be an automaton. And of course, at this point, like the guards are all showing up. So then there becomes this whole like question of like, who the fuck is this robot? This is the other robot that we were looking for, but now there's a second robot, and there's a whole other like list of crimes and whatnot that have gone on to this location. But they essentially they listen to what the party has to say. The automaton, female question mark uncertain, is not really forthcoming when it comes to answers, and so they, to be safe, they simply drag everybody over to the police station, which is the main like admin complex for all of Laurel. And while the party is there, they are put into not exactly a holding cell, but also like not exactly just a waiting room either. Basically, they put y'all in like the interview room that has like the one-way mirror, where they could keep an eye on you. And you guys sat there for a little bit, and then the actual lord of the town, a guy named Inar Grandblade, showed up, had some questions for the party. There was, again, some discourse back and forth about like what the party was up to, why they were in town, yada, 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 all that sort of stuff. Lord Grandblade seemed, you know, reasonably, you know, okay. And he released the party. You know, just, hey, cool, don't pull in guns while you're in town. The rule about that. And basically released the party back. So then, at that point, Tim went down to talk to the automaton who was being held in the secure like sub basement of the like building, and he went down there to talk to her while the rest of the party, her question mark, then the rest of the party went back over to Verdant Love's place so that they could actually finish up the business that they had with Verdant Love, which that went through. And while Callie is sitting there getting like measured and Verdant is getting started on like, you know, sketches and all that sort of stuff, there came up conversation about a fallen empire from like 2,000 plus years ago, about how like somebody named Gazd had like caused a rift in the empire, and that's why it fell, and that he, when he came here originally to Laurel, he was in a different body at the time, since Leshies go through a reincarnation cycle, and his former body, it was the seed that grew the gigantic tree that's in the middle of town. Huh. So he's been here quite some fucking time. He wasn't clear on exactly how long it's been, but the implication is a couple of centuries at least. So yeah, he's been here. He's been here for a while. He is a well-known entity. But after that, as it started getting late, the party returned back to Super's Rest in order to rest and recuperate and figure out what the fuck was going on. Everybody got back together. We did not have time at the end of that session for Tim to reveal to the party what he and the other automaton had talked about. So I'm just going to not say anything there. And if anybody remembers anything, cool. But if we don't, well, it's just like Tim hasn't said anything. So, back at the Stupors Rest. It is, at the moment, late in the evening, and it is... Scroll up here. Let's see here. So, it is currently, in-game, October 16th. Weather, at the moment, is currently clear, and the temperature is rapidly dropping from the daytime high of about 55 degrees.
Yeesh.
Damn.
So, you guys are in a, warm, comfortable location. You're not currently being pressed by anything dangerous or anything like that. So I'm going to leave it up to you guys on figuring out what you want to do next.
Well, Callie's still at Verdant Love, right?
Well, you had finished up with Verdant taking all of the measurements and beginning like the initial sketch phase and all that sort of stuff. He did ask you to return the next day so he could like keep at it. So if you want him to like make a full on thing, he will need at least 2 days to study Callie's face.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't need me anymore for today. It's all right.
Yeah. As far as today is concerned, he doesn't need you for anything else.
All right. Well, I'm gonna first ask. He's like, Callie is like, Mr. Love, government name, where can one purchase? And then she like looks at her notebook, this specific alcohol, and then she shows like the specific alcohol that Minnow wanted Callie to purchase at the in town.
Well, the Acorn Man like squints at Callie's like notes and like blinks for a moment, kind of thinking to himself, and then he like gestures in a direction, and he's like, I believe you can purchase that over at the Lie Still.
The Lie Still. Alright.
If they don't have it, I imagine it would be... You could probably find it in one of the locations near the Grapeyard. But the Lie Still is more of the hard liquor variety place.
I see.
They do more... I was going to say special, but I guess the real thing is more like experimental alcohols and brews.
Experimental.
I've never had it myself. I'm not much of an alcohol drinker, but I've been told that they have a there's a batch that the owner makes every now and again, which somehow involves a hat in the processing of this alcohol. I don't know how that works. You'd have to ask him, but it does have some vague relationship to haberdashery.
Haberdashery. Okay.
But yes, if you are looking for alcohol, that specific sort, the Lie Still would be the place to go. Although, Miss Callie and Verdant like grabs his like sketchbook and like turns it so that he can like squint his own notes, and he's like, the drinking age here in Laurel is 18.
Oh, it's not for me. Don't worry. He says confidently.
Verdant just sort of like blinks and shrugs at that. And he's like, oh, okay, I will accept this answer because okay, it's not for you. But yeah, he otherwise.
Able to do you have to be 18 to purchase alcohol?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, that's essentially what they're saying. Like, you know.
I guess I'll have to buy it for her then.
Okay, so Verdant otherwise like finishes up what he needs to do, and instructs Callie that like, hey, he does need you to come back tomorrow so he can get the last little like fiddly bits, all that sort of stuff, and then like start doing the actual like math part of all of this. And he gives you directions on how to get from the studio house over to the lie still, so that you know where you're friggin' going.
All right. What time did you say it was in the game right now?
It is currently just after sundown, so about 7-ish. Oh, no, I'm sorry. More like 6-ish. It's more like 6-ish at this point of the year.
That's it. I guess I'm gonna guess the lie still is probably not got anyone in it. It's closing it down at the moment.
Generally speaking, Verdant doesn't know the actual like hours of the place, but as far as Verdant knows, the lie still supposedly complies with the various statutes of the town and whatnot, and according to Lord Grandblade, all establishments which sell alcohol are to halt sales of alcohol at sundown.
All right, well, we'll have to do that in the morning.
Yes. Sunrise promptly at 7 a.m.
Yeah. Purchase some alcohol.
Just walks in the door at 7 in the morning, like, hey, I finest alcohol.
Head barely able to go above the table or whatever, and they're like, "Ma'am, are you old enough to be purchasing this?"
Yeah, I'm like, it's not for me though.
It's not for me, no.
It's not for me. Okay. So, that's that. Is there anything else that Callie or Laria wants to do?
We just go back to the room.
Probably. I would imagine that Tim probably told us that there was a woman like watching us outside our rooms, right? He would have told us that.
I would assume that Tim, being the vanguard that he is, would have mentioned that. Yes.
All right. Well, then we might want to keep our eyes peeled.
Okay. So let me pop over here. I want to drop other characters on the map here because people are in different locations. Okay, so Callie and Laria are returning. Pardon me, are returning to the Stuper's Rest. That fucking X.
All the layers.
The layers.
So many layers. All right. Since we're using character tokens, I don't need to use that guy. So let me just pop you guys back over here. All right. So you guys are back over here at the Stuper's Rest. The other thing that did happen, I forgot towards the end there, is that Tim and Swag went to the library, which would also be closing right around sunset. There were hilariously several failed checks involved with them at the library. So yeah, funny shit.
Oh yeah, since it was closing, I did say I was probably going to come back and do some more research and studying.
Okay. All right. Then, since you're at the library though, as they are, closing down, is there anything that you want to do before you leave?
I did do, if memory serves, I did do like a check for magic, and apparently it dinged, if memory serves, right?
Yes, you did get a ding of magic.
And it was in the the forbidden section.
Yeah, they have a section that is it's got a sign up over the door that leads into that room that says no unsupervised entry allowed, no children, like in all caps, kind of thing. And other than that, it doesn't offer up any sort of hint of what content might be in there. But yeah, that is there, and you did get a ping from inside of that.
Is there currently anybody inside that room?
No. Unless, of course, they're invisible, which would, ping as magical. But, but you don't see anyone in that room, nor do you see like a book that's, floating there, like an invisible person that's holding it and reading. So nothing there's nothing obvious. There's no glowing runes, no, book that just draws your attention or anything like that. It is not a large selection in there, by the way. It is maybe like one full bookshelf worth of like books, but then there are also small cases that are like glass cases that have items in them on display. Exactly which thing in there specifically is magical would require you to walk into the room and like do an actual like check.
Do I have time?
But whatever it is, yeah, I'll say you do.
All right. You know what? I'll poke my head in for a second, browse at the case, and then I'll hit it with a detect magic.
Okay. I am going to, for this one, I am going to
I got it.
to make an Arcana check.
All right. Back over here.
All right, that is good enough. Okay. The actual specific aura of magic that you are picking up is coming from the glass case that has multiple items in it. One of those particular items looks like the hilt of a sword. There is no blade. It is just like, the handle hilt with the crossguard. It's got leather wrappings on it. It's got some really like worn down engravings. Like it implies that this is an old, piece. But it is sitting there in like a little velvet, like, cushion case, built for this damn thing. It looks like a hilt that you would probably find on like an old longsword or something. But it belongs to a longsword? Yeah, it looks like it belongs to like a longsword or something of similar, size. It is vaguely like it doesn't look like an imperial hilt. It looks more like a hilt that you would find on equipment that comes from the kingdom. Like, for instance, Torque has a dagger on her, which she's had, it's like a gift from her parents that was crafted over there, and it looks more like that than it does imperial make.
So, and I'm assuming it's behind a lock, correct?
Yes, it is in a locked case, and there's like 4 librarians who have like an eye line from where you're at. Other things in the case include a quote unquote crystal ball. Whether it's an actual crystal ball or not, who knows? But it is a sphere, and it is apparently made out of crystal. Also in there is a like full on like plate mail gauntlet. Has some like very fine filigree. It's not coming off as magical, but like whoever made it, absolute master craftsman. It's got a touch of corrosion on the bottom though, that kind of like, again, says that it's probably kind of old. But yeah, you got a crystal ball, you got a gauntlet, and then you got the hilt of a sword, but no blade.
I will make a mental note of it. And as for the books, is there anything in there that would pique my interest for the books at least?
You know what? Let me check. Let me make a roll for that one. I'm gonna say anything more than. Roll that dice. All right, that's a 73. Okay, so let's see here.
Damn.
A book that would pique your interest. There is a book. You wouldn't know what topic it is, but the thing that piques your interest is the author name is a axiomite that you know personally. You've spoken to this axiomite before. Not on the material plane that you currently exist on, but back in the home of all math. You talked to him there. So yeah, this book was written by, someone who, like yourself, is not from this universe. And you see that their name is right there on the spine of one of those books.
Holy shit. Damn.
Actually, I'm gonna while you're thinking about it, I'm gonna have Tim do something. Okay, let's see.
Oh, this is cool, and he just breaks the glass.
It's like, oh, sweet glove, and just like shoves his hand right through the glass. No, I'm not gonna have him do that. I am going to have him. Let's see here. Actually, I'm gonna tell this to whisper to myself, and have Tim roll a perception check. Okay then.
Oh, I got an idea.
While you're like, standing there at the door, looking at this, case, which is like 7 or 8 feet away, and you're like, what can I do with this? Oh, hey, that name. I recognize that name. As all of this is like happening in your head, you feel a slight tap, like against your foot, because Tim is kind of like, he's been standing there next to you. He's got a book that he's checked out, but he has discreetly tapped you on like your ankle, like with his foot, which could just be, which you could view as a accidental thing, but Tim, that's not an accidental thing.
Yeah.
He's trying to subtly get your attention.
I glance up to him and I'm like, "What's up?"
He holds his book and he's like he's reading like the back of the book, and then like he looks over at no, and then he adjust his like lenses that he has for eyes and like flicks them in one direction to like get you to like look over there. And when you glance in that direction, you see a person standing at the counter, like they're checking out a book, talking to the library. This person looks like a human guy. The thing that is notable is that apparently this library does not have a no shirt, no shoes, because he is wearing no shirt and has no shoes on. He's got big pants though. He's wearing the big pants, and this dude is ripped, like just rippling muscles, and he is covered in tribal tattoos all the way up and down. But he is just being just the politest, most gentle soul over there with that, as he's like checking out this like little pocket Bible-sized book.
I start thinking of like from Kung Pao, of like the big dude. He's like, "Good day to roll, Mister."
I mean, maybe. But yeah, he's not doing anything like specifically dangerous or anything like that, but his clothing does not match with this area or this setting. Like I said, the temp is dropping and it was at its high at 55, and this dude is not wearing shoes or a shirt.
He is built different. However, his tribal tattoos, can I do a religion check to see if they're like some type of religious symbols?
Sure.
Damn, never mind.
He's Canadian.
Yeah, I believe it. And for one more check, since that one failed, can I do an occultism check to see if they're occult, at least?
Yes, you can.
Is that better?
That is better, and no, they are not occult. Your occultism check is telling you to. Yeah. So yeah, your occultism just confirmed your original suspicions.
He's Canadian.
Yep, he's Canadian.
He's Canadian.
But he checks out a book. He does not spare you guys so much as a glance. Like he says, like, thank you and all that. Like I said, he's very polite with the librarian. The librarian, for his part, who's much more like comparatively much smaller, like mousy looking dude. He is basically swooning as this just like incredibly handsome, muscular dude with no shirt on is just like, I need to like check out this book, thank you, and just like signs his name and like does this, walks out the door.
Is she currently distracted?
That one is, yes.
The girl, right?
Actually, no, well, it's a dude, but let me, you know what? Let me check with the other 3 librarians. Librarian, distracted. Nat 1, very distracted. They are all just like watching, like unabashedly, like, what's going on under them pants? What's all that movement?
Steal that book. No one will ever know.
Well, I mean,
no one is currently looking. You are currently hidden.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine like if you were living in Alaska and like some dude just like with no shirt and shoes just like comes in just like. Imagine it would be kind of
not only no shirt, no shoes, but looking like a fucking fitness model while he's doing it.
Mr. Universe over here.
Yeah. Oh, actually, there's one other important detail that I totally glossed over about him. So he does have, like I said, he's got like the big, like, pants on, and they've got like the really, really broad legs. So like, they taper up. So his bottom, he's got a very hourglass-like figure because of the shape of the pants. But as he does turn around to leave, you can see that he's got 2 curved short swords strapped to like the small of his back.
Neat.
Yeah.
Got like a He-Man thing.
So he's swole and he's also armed.
He keeps that motherfucking thing on him.
He do. But they're all not paying attention to you because he's, just a scene by himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to attempt to steal the book.
All right. Then I am going to need to make a. Let's see here.
Thievery.
This is I believe it's thievery. I'm just checking to be sure. It is the action specifically that you're taking is palm an object. Let's see here.
The 5-hair discount.
Palm an object. Okay. You roll a single thievery check, which is then compared to the perception DC currently observing you, and of the 4 librarians, I'm going to say that they are currently distracted, and give them a -5.
Damn.
So make your thievery check DC 12. Yeah, nobody knows.
It's gonna slip this right on in here.
Get some water because these librarians are thirsty.
Yeah, they are.
It's like yoinky spoinky, just slip that right into your freaking sleeve. All right, you've now done Grand Theft literature at the library as it's closing.
No one will ever know.
I'd imagine he has stolen a mini book.
Yeah.
I mean, probably.
Especially for Callie, he probably stole like at least a handful for her as well.
Also okay, Tim would also have known that you like took it. Tim's the only one
He's my accomplice, whether he likes it or not.
Yeah, he's your accomplice whether he likes it or not. I mean, he's not gonna, but he did actually notice you taking that. Okay. So any other last options while you're there?
Nah, I'm gonna head back to the Stupors Relief,
Okie dokie.
and then
Alright.
I'm gonna start pounding away at that book.
Okay. All right. So you guys head back to there. So now we're going to jump over to June, who is with Torque and is currently at the Lie Still. So the Lie Still, so that you are aware, June, it is basically one part bar, one part brewery, and it's like one of those. Have you ever been to like a quote-unquote open concept microbrewery type place? It's where they've got like your sitting area where you can drink and like do regular bar stuff, but then they have just a large open building, warehouse style, which is where they do the actual like brewing of all of their particular drinks and whatnot.
Neat.
And they have a bunch of stills and casks and all that sort of thing. They've got like an area where got sealed casks that are going through the aging process and all that sort of stuff. They've got one wall that is just absolutely from floor to ceiling stocked with colorful bottles of all sorts of booze and alcohol and whatnot. And at the moment, Torque is currently eyeing one particular bottle on the shelves that has a label that is written in Orcish, but it's got like a little post-it note on it in common, so that like it's got a little like translation for people who don't speak Orcish. That's just a brand of cider, which according to Torque is a cider that they make in like her hometown. So she hasn't had it in a while, and the fact that there's some here has gotten her like interest peaked. Like, do I want to spend the 5 silver for that?
June just picks up the bottle.
I mean, I told you it was good, but like,
Damn.
you want to try it?
You just made up your mind.
And she nods and like I assume like Torque either explains or like brings up the fact that it's aside from her home country town, whatever.
Yeah. She brings up that it was the particular apples and whatnot that are in here are grown in the area that she comes from, and specifically she knows a place, like a brewery similar to the ones that they have here, that makes this particular cider, and the fact that it's all done up in Orc really implies that it's
authentic
from her hometown.
All right, then June will pick out this cider then and make the purchase. If there's
that will be 5 silver.
There's like a counter or something to.
Yeah, they have a counter. The guy working the counter is a. Let me check. Lie still. Okay, the guy working the counter, who may or may not also be like the owner of the establishment. He is a human guy. He is in his middle ages, so he's probably like late 30s, early 40s, something like that. And he's got like I want to say kind of a soft build, kind of portly individual, but he's got a few other like customers who are hanging around. He's put a little sign, that's on there that's like sundown, is in like officially is in like 10 minutes. So if you're making any last minute purchases, you got to do it now.
Then she will bottle in the hand, like kind of like one on the neck, one at the bottom, and place it down on the counter, and just like I'd like to purchase this cider, please.
Certainly. Quick question, ma'am, because I don't recognize you. Are you?
Oh, can I get out there? What was that?
I was just saying, I don't recognize you, ma'am. You're not. Are you at least 18?
Yes, actually, I am.
Alrighty. Do you pinky swear that you're at least 18?
Just raises an eyebrow to that, but just nods and says, "Yep."
All right. I gotta ask that. It's part of the local ordinances. The reason I ask it in such a flippant manner, and as he's saying this, he's like, taking the money and like putting it in a bag and all that sort of stuff for you. He says the reason I'm kind of flippant about it is because the Lord wasn't exactly clear in the statement on exactly how I am supposed to enforce that.
It's like,
and he just like leaves it quiet, like he's like, I'm doing what the law tells me to do, but I'm not exactly certain how I'm supposed to like prove one way or the other whether or not you are.
He's just trying, bro.
And he does kind of like ramble on about the fact that there are people who are from different heritages and ancestries and whatnot, and they age at different rates. So going for just a single hard number is kind of stupid.
That would. Sorry to like brief tangent, but has anyone seen Delicious in Dungeon?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the dwarf, they're going about his backstory. It's like him as like a young looking kid, and like he looks exactly like Steven Universe, which is like a hilarious part. But the dwarves are talking, and they're like yeah, he's only 60 years old. He's just a kid. I'm like.
in old D&D, which Delicious in Dungeon takes a heaping spoonful of inspiration from. In old D&D, that literally was the case.
Yeah.
Like it used to be that like say elves were not the equivalent of a 16-year-old human until they had already lived for 100 years. Yeah. So you could meet a 60-plus-year-old elf who looks like a 7-year-old.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But yeah, while modern fantasy, and specifically here in game in Pathfinder and in Halfus, generally speaking, the Empire actually has started the process of like issuing people like an official ID and everything that has your age on it. Whether June has one or not, I'll leave it up to you. But like that is a thing that has begun. It's not as universally widespread as it is in our modern world. But it also carries on the little like conversion rates, so that like if you do talk to an elven, like person who needs to know your age, that they'll know that even if it says that you're 18 on here, it does mean that you're an adult. Even though the elf who's like reading that might be several hundred years old themselves and may not assume that to be true. But they've started that process, but it's not universal yet, which is kind of what he's griping about. Of like, well, I've been told I have to do that, but I don't know exactly how we're supposed to fucking enforce that. So if you pinky swear that you're over 18, he'll just roll with it.
She does kind of like I wouldn't say like soften up, but like kind of relax a bit when he's like kind of venting about like the bureaucracy of it and all that stuff, and she just kind of gives like a smile and says like, I pinky swear, and she puts like out her pinky for him.
He sticks out his pinky and like hooks it with June's, and he's like, all right then, we shook on it, you're at least 18.
Fantastic. Can I get my cider now?
You certainly can. And then he passes you like the bag with the bottle in it, and as like June's like taking that bag from him, Torque like leans in from the side, and she like, you know, stage whispers, and she does the like, I can also vouch for her. She's at least 18. And he like looks at her, and he looks at Torque, and he's like, you don't look barely over 18. What are you talking about? Torque just kind of like sticks her tongue out at him, because she's not making the purchase, so therefore she doesn't have to promise anything. But yeah, Torque looks at June like after y'all, you know, stepped away from the counter, and she's like, "Hey, so, you want to drink that now, or wait till we get back to the room?"
I'm gonna wait on this.
Okay. It is very good. When I was... and she like pauses and like looks back, you know, like over her shoulder, like back towards the counter, where that guy's already moved on to other customers and is, you know, doing other transactions. But like, and then she looks back over at June, and she says, you know, back when I was a kid, my dad would get this stuff pretty regularly. Although he always got 2 bottles, and one of them always told me was like special for me, which I guess at the time meant that it was unalcoholic. But it was very tasty. Have you had like apple cider before?
Oh shoot, where's my dice set? Let's see. No, she has not. She's had alcohol before, but not a cider before. So she's curious to see how it's like.
It's really good in 2 different situations. You can either have it ice cold, which is how Torque prefers it. You can either have it ice cold, or you can have it like really warm, like think like fresh coffee warm.
Huh.
But that's something you want to do, you know, like when it's really cold, like when the snow's coming out and it's, you know, ankle deep outside. That's when that's good.
Noted. All right. Well, she has her alcohol that she wanted to get, and I guess they will also make their way back to the hotel room, I guess.
Okay. Well then, relatively shortly after everything else, the party is now back at the friggin' inn. So to describe again the Stupid's Relief, you have everybody's actual rooms are on the 2nd floor, but the 1st floor has where like staff has their like rooms. There's, you know, the offices for the business. There is a small kitchen area and so a like commons room, which has got, you know, tables and chairs and all that sort of stuff for people to relax in if they don't want to go back up to their own individual rooms. So as you are coming back into the Stupid's Relief, Swag, are you like perusing that book out in public, or?
Oh God, no.
Okay then.
You crazy?
I just figured I'd ask because there's a commons there. It'd be kind of hilarious if you were just like paging through that, like sitting in the fucking couch, right there next to the goddamn door and all the windows. Okay, so everybody gets back to the inn, and unless you guys want to do anything else, we can go ahead and move on to the morning of the 17th.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, next morning, just paperwork things. If you have not done so on character sheets, if you were not at the maximum number of hero points, add 1 to your current total of hero points. Also, if you're not at full hit points, you should be at full hit points by now.
Mm-hmm.
Callie's probably gonna start the morning with asking if anybody wants a coffee.
All right.
Torque will take some coffee.
Alright. I'll have Callie take. Do you want normal coffee or do you want blood eye coffee? Is what she probably asked next.
Blood eye coffee.
Alright. Blood eye coffee it is. I'll make a batch of 4.
Take a regular coffee off if offered one.
Alright.
Alrighty, what is the dog doing?
Jay, are you awake? I'm going to take that as a no until proven otherwise. Get some rest, Jay. Get some rest. If you listen to the VOD later on, Jay, be aware that we can't hear you snoring if you are.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Do I have to roll that fortitude save as well?
Uh,
Drink some blood eye coffee.
Yeah, if you're drinking the blood eye coffee, you got to make a fort save.
Oh man, did I get stung? I can tell if it's a sting or not.
Okay, and just so that we're clear on the blood eye coffee here. Blood eye coffee. Let's see here. It is a fort save DC 14, so that means everybody passes. That means no one develops an addiction to blood eye coffee. But you do feel pretty crunk after that. It's a hell of an espresso.
I'll be right back. I need to do something real quick.
I'd also say Callie makes some coffee for anyone else who like regular coffee. She probably makes bad.
Regular,
makes
non-addictive.
Yeah. She makes.
Callie has 2 coffee pots. One of them says blood eye, and the other one says non-addictive, as opposed to caffeinated and non-caffeinated.
Blood eye
I
and that.
was gonna say something funny. She has 2 coffee pots. One says baby coffee on it, and the other one says man's coffee on it.
Man coffee, in all caps. Why is this one called man coffee? Because it'll put hair on your chest and give you.
You'll start. When you drink it, you'll start seeing things that you didn't know were actually there.
I don't like where this is going.
It reveals all bosoms. But 10 minutes after slurping your coffee, for the next 8 hours, you have a +1 item bonus to your AC and saves. But specifically to saves in which taking penalties that are caused by fatigue. So if you get fatigued by something, you get a +1 to saving throws against it.
I don't see that happening anytime soon. So
Hopefully not. So today, let's check the weather.
it's cold outside.
The robot steps out, comes back in with a light frosting. It's chilly.
It's like I said. He just sticks. He licks his finger. He sticks out. He says, "It's gonna rain."
It's gonna rain. Let's see here. Okay. And oh, well, it's not gonna rain. It is, however, cloudy, and according to Tim, it is extra cold outside today.
Well, good thing I don't have to worry about that. At least most of us don't have to worry about that. Now that we got winter clothes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now that everybody's gotten winterized, not that big of a deal. But yes, if you were not wearing winter clothing outside for more than an hour, fatigued. As today, right here at the crisp crack of dawn, when he goes out to check the weather, Tim's temperature gauge is reading a balmy 33 degrees.
Oh my god.
Yeah, putting on that winter gear.
Yeah, Torga's like putting on her like Torga's wearing her chaps indoors and wrapped her scarf around her head. even when she's like downing coffee. How she's drinking it through the scarf, I don't know, but yeah, it is a bit nippy outside.
Thank God I don't plan on going outside. I got a good book.
And it's a bit cloudy.
Kind of like look
So,
at Seamus like, you got a good book to read?
You'll find out soon once I get done reading it.
Alright.
he's like, I'll tell you about it
Alright.
when you graduate calculus.
Alright, Sparkle. Hello. At the prospect of reading a book with unforbidden knowledge in it.
Oh God, part of me wants to tell you that it's like the Karma Sutra, but like with but all in like math.
Karma Sutra, but it's bad.
I mean, is it written in Rasu? Because if it's written in Rasu, wouldn't it technically be written in math? Because Rasu is like just
Well,
math,
Rasu is
the language.
Rasu is very math, but Rasu is actually a child language of a even more math like language, which is what the Axiomites like their native tongue is. This one is just so that you know Seamus knows. It is written in that like parent tongue, but then it has a like it's in two columns, and then in the second it has a like translation into Conrasu, and then occasionally there's like the like a little like footnote in common like at the bottom. So if you only knew, you would not get any of the context of any of this shit. If you know Conrasu, you can get all of the basics, and if you knew the Axiomite language, then you would get the full unadulterated blast. Which, if you give me a second, I can tell you what the Axiomites like. Let's see here. Where is the Axiomite? Here we go. Axiomite. Languagia. It is Empyrean, is the name of the language. And there are relatively few things that speak Empyrean outside of the like realm of primal law. Most other things that speak Imperial that aren't like directly from that place are ancient dragons, ancient space dragons, ancient space dragons and space genies.
Huh.
I keep forgetting about the space genies.
Oh yeah, the heavy metal space genies.
Yeah, the heavy metal space genies. I haven't mentioned those in a hot minute. But yeah, so yeah, but that's basically what you're looking at. You're looking at Voynich manuscript, written in Empyrean and then Rasu, and then with like some notation in common. But you've got that to read. Callie's got booze to buy or to attempt to buy. What, Laria? Is there anything that you want to get done?
Well, I guess I'd go with Callie just in case.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Just in case.
Yeah.
alright, so Laria and Callie.
Not sure how the
are-
laws work here, but might want to go in there just in case.
You know, I'm gonna say that like, given that you actually have copious amounts of art of what Callie looks like, Callie does not look like she's over the age of 18 at all. Like that's visually something most people would be fish. Laria, on the other hand, she is a Leshy, so she's going to have that kind of agelessness about her. So I don't think there'd be too much like Verdant Love would probably be the one person in town that you know of who could maybe take a good guess at how effectively old Laria is. And even then that's subjective.
He knows.
All right, but you guys are gonna head down to the
And
library.
I'm thinking her age exactly. She's like 105 years old.
I mean, I just thought about it because like Azurketi, because like I've seen it with the lore for them. So like, some Azurketi can live up to twice as long as a human. So like, Callie's like might be 16 years old, but like closer to Azurketi years, she might be like 12 years old. A little bit closer to the accurate age she would be if she was a human. She'd be like 12 to 14 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, so Callie could very well, like, technically be, somewhere in that 16, 17, like, bit, but is actually, physically, for an Azurketi, only, 10 or 11. Which is hilarious and appropriate. Are you taking the tank with you?
Yes, I'm gonna take the tank with me.
The emotional support tank.
Emotional support tank, yeah.
My emotional support tank. I mean, hey.
Mr. Trimmers, Dr. Trimmers, wants to be in the little carry pouch in your like new winter clothing because it's freaking cold for his little paws.
Fuck.
Your little hand is cold.
Burr. Yeah, so he's in the little like papoose pocket thing on the front of Callie's like outfit as she's like riding Mr. Servos like a mech motorcycle down to the bar. They grow up so fast. Okay, so Swag's got a book to read. I'm gonna say that Tim is doing the same. Actually, no, I take that back. I'm gonna say that Tim is going to. He lets the party know this time because I'm gonna say he learned his lesson. But he lets the party know that he's going to go over to the bunker to talk to the automaton. And I'm also going to say that Tim does just casually drop the fact that the automaton is named Test. Or, well, it's Test T35T, but it's pronounced Tess, like Tess. That he's going to go talk to Tess. So that's what he's going to be doing, is going through the fucking bureaucracy of like getting visitation time with a criminal. So that covers all of that. So I guess June, what do you want to do while everyone else is doing their shit?
Well, I guess well, shit, I guess what actually is it like on our agenda, like as far as like our mission and stuff goes?
Well, to cycle back around to the actual point of why the party is here in the first place.
Yeah.
One thing that the party has not done that it will need to do before it can move on to the next step is find out directions to where the mine is actually located. And as far as options to do that, June could, just track somebody down and be like, hey, what road do I take to get to Yellowstream? Or June could go over to the Avalon Mining Company's office, since they're the ones who own the damn thing, and just ask them where it's located.
Yeah, probably be a better idea to go to the mining office, just for brevity, and also to maybe get some more information on what exactly has been going down on there. So that's where Jim will be going.
Okay, so then June is going over to the mining office, which is located over here.
Okay.
There. Okay. So
probably get directions to that first, and then to there.
Yeah, get directions for that first, and then head over to the Avalon office. So let me take a brief moment to just type out that this is the Avalon office. All right.
All right.
Let's make that bigger. Oop, nope. Come on, goddammit.
Technology.
We'll get there eventually. There we go. Okay, so the Avalon Mining Company is located there. Okay. All right. So, with all of these things, done and whatnot, let's start off with Callie. So, Callie, since you and Laria headed out first, you get down to lie still. And as was mentioned by Verdant, they open up at around dawn. So there is so when you pull up, you can see that there's lights inside and all that sort of jazz. However, though, when you open the door, the first thing that is noticeable is that you see a bar area directly in front of you, where you would normally expect there to be like a back wall, like where the like the big mirror would be, and there'd be the guy behind the bar, yada yada. Instead, you've got the big open space, which then leads to like the brewing area, and all of that is currently lit up. And in the back, you can see like 5 or 6 guys who all generally appear to be about human, young, middle-aged, who are all just sort of like standing around and talking to each other. But up front, there is a portly, like slightly, somewhat older, like middle-aged human guy, who is sitting at one of the tables there in front of the bar. He's dressed like the other guys in the back, so he's clearly also like a staff member. But he is he has a cup in his hand, and he is just staring into the bottom of that glass, like the kind of look you would not expect at 7:15 in the fucking morning. But it is otherwise very quiet in here. So when you open up the door and there's that little, it is a piercing noise. And the guys in the back, like glance in your direction, but the guy who's sitting up front, he's just looking at that glass, just staring at it.
He's out of it. All right.
Going through.
Callie's gonna look down at her notes again and write down, look at the specific bottle that Manal asked of her, which I've completely forgotten at this point because it's not written down anywhere.
She just put down bottle for now.
Manal did tell Callie that there was a specific brand in a specific sort of bottle that he was looking for. And just looking around, since you have a description of what the bottle looks like, they've got like a big wall where you would have like bottles and whatnot stacked up, and it is completely empty. There are no bottles on display anywhere.
Damn.
No bottles of the specific type?
No bottles at all.
Hmm.
Like, it is empty.
Oh, shit. Well, if Callie can't find it while searching around, she's gonna tap on the desk the guy's sitting at, the one who's staring in that glass like it's the last thing you'll ever fucking do. And she'll ask him specifically, sir,
Auto insurance.
I'm looking for this. She'll say like the specific type of bottle. I'm looking for this type of bottle with this specific kind of drink, and it doesn't seem to be anywhere in here.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys.
He kind of blinks, like blankly for a split second. But then he, kind of like shakes himself, and he turns and looks at Callie, and you can see him sort of like focusing in on like what he's looking at, what the person he's looking at, and he sort of like shakes his head, and he's like, I'm sorry. What?
Callie sort of repeats what it's like, I'm looking for this specific kind of brand in this specific bottle, and you guys do not seem to have it anywhere. The shelves seem very devoid of this specific thing that I'm looking for.
Normally we would have that. I'm very sorry, ma'am. And then he like kind of blinks again, and you can see him like sort of coming back to himself, and he's like, "Are you even old enough to buy alcohol?" we're but yeah, he's like, "Are you even old enough to buy alcohol?" And and then he like glances at Laria and back at the but between the two of you, and he's like, it doesn't matter. I sold it all. I sold it all.
All of it?
Everything. All at once.
To who? Callie kind of like squints. And why?
Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know why I did that. Like,
you look like you seem to regret that decision.
Can I do a check on him? This guy doesn't seem like something doesn't seem quite right about this guy.
Something doesn't seem kosher.
Something is not kosher. What sort of check would you like to do?
Maybe some like check for like if he's been manipulated with like mentally with magic or something like that.
Okay. All right. Well, let's do this. Callie is trained in Arcana, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Callie's trained in Arcana, and since Callie is going to make that check, and Laria is there with her, and we know that Laria is trained in medicine, then Callie make an Arcana check, and
Laria's an expert in medicine, and she's also trained in Arcana as well.
Okay. Well, you guys have the perfect set of skills. So one of you makes one check, and the other.
All right. I'll do Arcana.
And then I do medicine.
What's the modifier for your Arcana?
I think yours is higher.
That's what I was.
Because mine is 10.
Yeah. Then I'll do the Arcana.
Yeah, because if you're an expert. Yeah.
Alright, I'll do medicine then.
Yeah, and these are both trained only.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Oh my god!
Truly an expert in medicine. Okay. Well, Callie, with your 18 Arcana, it's hard to tell what may have caused this, like if it was specifically magical. But he's definitely going through something. Laria, with your 32 medicine check, you can tell that this guy is otherwise in reasonable health. He is not drunk or currently on any sort of like drugs, and if he has been subjected to mind altering magic, he is not currently being affected by mind altering magic. However, though, as this guy is kind of like rambling, checking him over, it is very clear that he made a decision, which was to sell his entire stock, like literally everything in the building, which isn't something that it sounds like that he would have normally done, even if offered a fair price for everything. As he's like rambling on about like it's already this late in the year, like the harvest has already started and everything, and processing is happening, but it's going to be weeks, if not months, before he has like restock, let alone getting everything kind of thing. He seems to be particularly upset the more that he talks about it. But he is.
I mean, yeah, she did say it looks like you regretted that decision.
I hopped on the table and started shaking the guy's shoulders. Who the hell did you sell all this alcohol to?
There were two guys. One of them was the tall one. He was a one of those jackal fellows. Colo had really distinctive spots. Don't know if I've seen him before. And the other one, I can't remember. Was he wearing a hat? Was he short?
But he was a Colo, though, right?
One guy was a Colo, yeah. The other guy, I don't know.
How long ago was this?
As he's like slumped there in the chair, and in Callie's got like both of her hands on whatnot. He like tilts his head over, like looks at the clock on the wall, and looks back at Cal, and he's like, 25 minutes ago, right when we opened.
Callie gets off the table. He's like, my fucking god, nothing in this town is easy, is it?
What are you talking about?
Well, whoever's running this town, I want to have a word with them again, because the operations just seem to be slow and painfully awful. That's all I have to say.
Aaron just looks at Kelly and says, "This seems to happen with every town we go to."
Maybe we're cursed.
Kelly's like, which direction did they mention anywhere they were going? I mean, they must have had like a cart or something to log all of this alcohol, and she points at the empty store and all of the shelves being empty.
He kind of shrugs, like, and I mean, he's got a very he's got an extremely concerned look on his face that he can't remember these details. But he says he doesn't remember if they had a cart, but yeah, they would have had to have at least had a whole fucking wagon to make away with most of it, and they probably would have needed more like 3 wagons. And the more like he stumbles over it, the more he's even if he had like made the sell, which he did, and he even like stands up at one point, just like completely walks away, goes around the counter, and you hear like clacking of wood and metal and and you hear him basically like opening up like a chest, and you hear the adventurer in you hears I hear gold just jangling around, and he's like, this thing is filled to the brim. They paid me for everything, but why would I do that? And how did they clean it all out in 25 minutes? They'd still be loading it. It doesn't make any sense.
Callie's like puts her hands on her head, like her face is just like, oh my god, am I gonna really need to hunt down a Colo for some alcohol?
But
Callie looks at like Larry as well. He's like, man, I ain't racist, but like I ain't really liking these Colos from all the ones that I've met so far. I've met a total of about a handful, and I have to say I don't like any of them so far. They've treated me quite awfully.
Indirectly or directly.
I mean, so far the two Colo who have shown up on screen with speaking lines, did both try to kill Callie and everybody. So, it's not like she's coming out of nowhere. But yeah.
Callie's like, well, I guess we gotta go hunt down our mysterious alcohol. Can we even call them thieves? Considering they bought the whole fucking place? Or...
Yeah, they bought it, but it's still weird how he doesn't remember everything.
He doesn't remember everything. So the specific details that the proprietor of the Lie Still can give you is that he's very clear that there were two individuals. One of them was bigger than the other. Big one specifically was a Colo, and had very distinctive like spot pattern in his fur over his like face and like neck and whatever. He was otherwise dressed in regular like workman's clothing, so like he wasn't like dressed in anything particularly special. The other guy was shorter than the Colo, but that's literally the only like firm detail he can give you. He doesn't know what he was dressed as. He doesn't remember what he sounded like. He doesn't remember any part of the conversation really, just that they wanted to buy alcohol. They were there the moment he flipped the sign over to open, and when he asked them what they wanted, they said everything, and then told him that they were going to have a hell of a party, and paid him a couple of $1,000 gold for his entire stock.
We gotta find them quick, Larry. They'll drink all those fucking
They're gonna drink all the booze.
And I don't feel like waiting a week for more booze.
So, with that information known, and this guy just being extremely shell-shocked and upset over his like lack of memory, and why the fuck would he have done this thing that seems wildly out of character, and yet at the same time it is a legal transaction. Because he is several thousand gold richer, right? So while he's having so much of an existential crisis, in the back have come forward and they're like, the boss ain't doing so hot right now.
Yeah, Callie's like arms crossed, like, yeah, I can see that.
So they'll take care of him. You two go about it.
Okay. Well, Callie kind of like looks at Larry. He's like, I mean, they couldn't have gone far, right? That's a lot of booze.
Was 25? What did he say? 25 minutes ago?
He said 25 minutes ago. Two individuals. Does not know what sort of transport they may or may not.
They couldn't have gone.
But if they took all of his stock, we are talking somewhere in the area of multiple tons of booze when you factor in like all the bottles and barrels and everything.
My God.
So we're talking just absolutely gallons upon gallons of the stuff. You could fill a couple of Olympic-sized swimming pools.
Callie,
Yeah, so there may be like an event going on or something.
Callie asks
Mm.
though, is there like an event, some special thing happening that you would know of? How, actually, in fact, could Callie do like a check actually if there's any like special holidays coming up? Like, you know,
Well, actually, yes, that would be a society.
hey.
Well, hey, indeed.
Mm.
Okay, so thinking about it, there is no major imperial holiday that happens within like at least 2 weeks from now, it being the 17th of October. Technically, there's a lot of drinking on Halloween. You know, that really wouldn't count in this particular instance. But yeah, Imperial, no. There isn't really anything Azurketi specific that Callie would be aware of. And if it's something beyond that, don't know. That is in fact actually a higher DC check than that. And walking around town, you have not seen anything that would imply that there would be multiple swimming pools worth of booze at such and such location or anything like that. There's not like some big event that's being prepped up or anything.
Oh my god. Is there any clues?
Yeah, I'm not gonna make the check because you said it's higher, and
Yeah, it's straight up
I
addiction.
would probably have to get a 20 to at least get something high.
Is there any clues shared about the store exactly as to where I might be able to find this individual or these individuals?
Well, that is going to require a perception check. DC 25.
Damn it! I'm gonna manifest him. No! Mission service, go in here. I need you.
I'll do it too.
Perfectly all in sync. We all failed.
Ah! Ah!
Beep boop in fucking deed. All right, so you guys are
I'm gonna
scanning around for
I should
clues.
reroll that. I should. That.
Well, make the choice now, because otherwise we're going to jump across town over to the company.
I will choose to use it. I'll choose one hero point. I'm gonna Dr. Tremor, so he has the higher percentage. Oh my god, it's still not high enough.
Okay then. All right. I will say though that Dr. Tremors, while Dr. Tremors doesn't like find hold on. Look on his sheet. Does it say that Dr. Tremors has scent?
It doesn't say anything about scent. Exact precisely.
Okay. All right. Well then. Okay. Well, I'll say with a 21, I will say that as you guys are like, you know, kicking around and you're outside, when you walk out of the building to look around for potential clues outside, Dr. Tremors, while he does not find anything specific, he does at one point like reach up with his tail hand, like gently palm Callie like on the face on her like faceplate to get her attention, and then like points with his tail hand down the street towards the main like traffic area. I'll give you that much. So like moving in this direction over here. So like you guys come down to like this street here and then move over into this section. So that's the way that he's pointing you. Okay, but across town, we do the GTA 5 like pull out, fly across town, zoom in. We come to the main administrative building in Laurel for the Avalon Mining Company. It is a very unassuming, like 3-story building that has the Avalon Mining Company logo out on the little swing sign over the door. They are, in fact, open, and regular business seems to be going on inside of the building. In the main area where you first come into it, where they have their reception, they have a little desk where the receptionist is, and then next to that there's a couple of waiting seats, and they've got some pamphlets and whatnot. There's little things on there of exciting opportunities in the world of materials acquisition and things like that. Very, very fucking corporate and whatnot. They even have a full-on Imperial flag up over their coffee station and everything. They're being fucking extra patriotic about it. But yeah, the Imperial patriotism. Well, they are an Imperial company, and they have various locations all over the place. But either way, though, in this particular one, the receptionist who is up front is a young catfolk woman, and she's dressed like a friggin' secretary, and she would like to know how she can help you. Citrus?
All right, how about full?
Get your munch.
June would, or it's in character. Hi there. I am looking for directions to the actual mine for the mining company here in this area. You see, I'm on behalf of the Pathfinder Society. I've been made aware of the little problem y'all have been dealing with. Do you think you could tell me a bit more about that?
Oh, certainly, ma'am. I believe you're speaking about mine shaft number 3?
Is
the one which, yes, that is the one that you were pointed to, as mine shaft number 3 in Yellowstream. Which she confirms that location.
Yeah, if that's Yellowstream, then yes.
Yes. Well, if you're with the Pathfinder Society, we had already sent word out that we were looking for some assistance. And so I'm glad that you're here. I will definitely let Mr. S know that you are here in town. Is it just the two of you, or do you have a larger company?
No, there's more of us. From what I understand, the situation there may be pretty dire.
Well, from what I know, and I have not been on site personally, so this is simply what I have been told. But from what I know, it's not exactly dire in so much that there is a creature of some sort that has moved into the mine shaft and has scared off the workers there. It's been very demanding. It's made statements that it would prefer the people there to shower it in tribute and wealth. But given that it has moved into a gold mine, it has implied that it wants human sacrifice, which is, of course, very concerning. But our records indicate there have been exactly 0 sacrifices or deaths with the creature so far.
Well, let's hope we can keep it that way.
I'm certain that would be best for everyone involved. As far as the, I suppose actually you're here for directions to the mine shaft specifically.
Yes, the specific location. That way we can assess the situation there and hopefully deal with this creature.
Well, as far as getting to the mine shaft, you'll need to take the north road toward Bossfield. You'll need to take that about 6 hours or so if you are traveling on foot. There will be a turnoff that is to the north. The road kind of bends off to the west, but you'll see a turnoff to the north. And if you take that turnoff to the north, there should be a sign there. You'll come to the settlement of Yellowstream in about an hour or so after that. It is kind of up in the hills, so do be careful when traveling out there. Once I'm told that it does get a little treacherous, so do be careful with that. We've had horses that have slipped and fell and have had unfortunate breaks, and there's been more than a couple of injuries on the way in and out. Nothing that we couldn't handle, of course, but it is something to be aware of.
And is the settlement close by to the mine itself, or is it still a trek farther?
Once you get to actual Yellowstream itself, the mine is only about an hour. And again, there should be ample signs to point the way. But if not, and should for some reason someone in Yellowstream not be able to point you in that direction, once you get into Yellowstream from the middle of town, it is to the northwest.
Perfect. All right. Is there anything else I should know?
At the moment, again, this is my understanding, and things may have changed, but I have been told that at the moment the Avalon Mining Company is not offering up any sort of individualistic reward for this pest keeping, I suppose, might be what this is called. And she kind of like gives that corporate sort of like haha kind of like laugh to that. And then she says, however, once you have otherwise rid the mine one way or the other of this creature, if you would let us know, of course, that would be most convenient for us, and probably, and I can make no promises here because I have no attachment to the purse strings, but it may be something that leads to a reward or at least a reimbursement for resources expended towards that.
All right. Then I will let the rest of my companions know, and we will head out there shortly.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, is there a name that I could give to Mr. S for this?
Sorry.
Like as a group name, or just like individually, or actually, we have a
she makes no indication, so it's whatever you want to tell her.
Want to be some kind of suicide squad? No. You can let them know that a Miss Julie stopped by and inquired about it.
I will let him know. And she writes down like June's name in very precise handwriting on a little tablet that she has. But she otherwise, goes over the instructions again so that June is
North
clear
Bossfield,
on the directions.
Or road to Bossfield. Take the path north. Another bit of a trek to the settlement. And then it's an hour past that. All right.
That is correct.
All right.
But she clears that up with you, and she says that she will let Mr. Snow, he's not currently in office right now. He's dealing with other business-related stuff. But she will let Mr. S know. And otherwise, thank you for coming by, and thank you for helping out the Avalon Mining Company. And then she gives kind of like a very sort of like corporate line of like, we don't forget those who help us.
Yeah.
So you help us at some point
Corporate
later on.
talk.
We'll help you.
All
kind of thing. Yeah, very corpo. But yeah, she lets you know that, and when you guys step back out into the street, Torque has like a little paper cup filled with coffee that she got from inside the office, and she slurps that, looks over at June, and she's like, "Okay, so now we know where we're going. What next?"
Well, I guess we just make sure we are supplied enough to make the trip and head over there. Hopefully it's not a trying to there's like the side eye back and forth, without like, and then like kind of says in low tone, dragon, and it's just some creature causing havoc. The sooner we can deal with this, the sooner we can get into the Pathfinder Society's good graces.
That would be kind of nice. I've heard that they have excellent benefits. And as Torque is saying this, I need June perception.
A perception? Okay.
Yes, please. DC 15.
Oh, it's a 26.
All right. Okay, so June is. Let me move this X so it's not in the fucking way. Okay, so like June and Torque are basically in this like alleyway in between these two sections here. Down at this intersection here, you see just in the normal traffic of people and carts and whatnot, you see a guy who is strolling along that is notable for the fact that it is still like 35 degrees out right now. So like there's a lot of like steam coming every time you breathe and whatnot. But there is a guy, no shirt, no shoes, big pants, who is covered in like tribal tattoos and has some sort of like percussion instrument like strapped to him, so that when he like touches his hands to different parts of his like body, there's like a cymbal or like bell chime kind of like thing. And behind him are two other people who are wearing masks and sort of like troubadour outfits. Imagine like ye olde jesters and things, who are following along behind him, that have accompanying like flutes and whatnot, and they're just making like a little dandy little stroll, moving at roughly the speed of smell down the street that everybody else is having to like stop and wait for them to pass or go around. You see them.
Is that man walking
down
without
there.
a shirt?
That man is not walking without that. Yeah, that man is totally shirtless.
And just like bring attention to that, like to Torque, and like sing the whole ensemble behind him. And
but he stops in the intersection, and you hear him like do like a series of like ting tang noises off of the bells and little plates that he is wearing in like lieu of a shirt. And then he begins to like speak, and he speaks in common, and he speaks like out, talking to the crowd, like he's orating, and you can hear, kind of distantly, you can hear him say, basically, work sucks. We all agree on this. It's better to do things that are fun, and fun is good for you. It's good for everyone. Come with us, and let's have fun. I mean, so it's a lot more moving than that, but like that's basically what. And I need to check something here.
That sounds sketchy as hell.
I mean, yeah.
And just like dude kind of leans into Torque. What kind of fun do you think he's talking about?
Okay. I am going to need to check. Okay. What is this guy's? What is this guy's DC? Sir, what is your DC? Okay. When he does this, he makes that check. Okay. This is versus perception DCs. Okay. So what is June's perception DC?
That's 10 plus the thing in the circle, right?
That is correct.
Then her DC is going to be 20.
Okay, and Torque's is a 21. Okay. All right. So this guy makes his special check. Okay. So, you know what? He makes a good point. Work does suck. It is better to have fun. And you can, see like a lot of people just sort of like, nodding along and like, yeah, that would, you got a point. And then he like waves his hands in like a big, like broad, showy gesture. And he's like, come with me, follow me, let's go have fun. And then he, starts doing the like ting tang thing, and you see a like very sizable chunk of all of the traffic around him just follow. Like they just put whatever they had in their hands down and walk away, following this guy.
Did you see that?
Like leaving live animals, children, and other stuff behind and walking away.
I like that.
And just like
Like where this
slow
is
turn
going.
to Torque.
Yeah,
and
like Torque is like last gulp of coffee, crushes paper cup, tosses it into like a little like side bin, and she's like, we might want to do something about that.
Hey,
kids, you want some candy?
Yeah, except he walked up, he's like, hey kids, it's parent, you want some candy? And they were like, yeah, sure.
I got some candy for you in the back of my pickup truck. Way to go.
So yeah, this guy might have an unmarked unknown, but he's currently leading what looks like about 20 people in that direction.
Holy shit, that's a big pickup truck.
Should we do something about that?
Do what? Like, legitimately do what?
I don't know. Just something doesn't seem right about that. I
Mm,
mean,
want to tail him?
just keep an eye on him, maybe. Yeah, and like,
Okay.
and I guess that's what they're gonna be doing. What is the dog doing? Still snoozing.
Still snoozing.
Dog
Still
snoozing?
snoozing.
What is the Seamus doing?
Well, what is the Seamus doing? Torque otherwise waves her hand with the whole like following you, and then like goes into stealth squad.
Yeah, we're just gonna like just kind of tail them. Yeah.
Okay. So Seamus,
Yeah.
there is currently nothing weird going on at the inn, where you are in the room, just like perusing the book.
You're just having a normal day. That's rare.
You're just having a completely normal day. As far as what this book is about, and maybe hints at why it was probably in the forbidden section of the library, is it talks about how to organic minds are imperfect machines, but they're still, if you squint, machines, and therefore they can be modified and changed and controlled. And then it has a whole long list of how you would do it.
Yeah, you might want to keep Callie away from that. Don't want to give her any.
I'm
So,
totally not keeping Callie away from this book.
And most of this, and most of this book is in universe, like in universe, literally in the setting, but also in the universe that you guys are currently occupying. A lot of this would be seen as magical and alchemical stuff, but it's straight up talking about how how basically thinking is a complex chemical and electrical reaction, and how you can fuck with atoms in order to rearrange that inside of somebody's brain in order to cause different effects. But essentially it's about establishing control, not what you do with the control, but just establishing the control. And then there's the first part of it is you can do these things to establish control. These are unreliable controls. These are more reliable controls. These are perfect controls. Asterix will destroy the mind very shortly after, because again, these machines. Who base their biology on chemicals? Idiots.
Me made of math.
So yeah, that's primarily what the book is. There are also annotations in there that also have to do with other parts of organic bodies, and how again they are sort of like machines, just really stupid. But there are patterns. There is certain behaviors, and there are ways to control them. There's an extremely brief talk about how you could talk to them and manipulate them that just get them to agree with you on something, and then they do it because they agree with you, and it's that's unfucking reliable.
So it's it's a book about manipulating the mind, and then in mind control and using some type of hypnosis or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the gist?
Well, not hypnosis in the fact that literally usurps the user's
okay.
Free will.
What an interesting book to be reading about right now.
Yeah, it's a book that removes is what it's about, and various methods that you can do that within the framework of chemicals and alchemical contraptions. That's what the book's primary meat and potatoes are about. Like I said, there's some discussion on the talking to people and with you that kind of manipulation, but it's that's unreliable and shit, so don't worry about it. Just straight up go around their free will. Don't just feed them chemicals until they dance to your fucking tune. Which is notable in the fact that the axiomite that you have met, the one who's credited as the author here, this I wouldn't say that this is out of character for them, but it is it's a bit dry to the way that you remember them, the way that you personally but they're a lot more emotional than this, and they wouldn't treat people organic automatons. That's not something that they would do. But this is clearly something that they wrote, perhaps during a time period where they just weren't, doing great in life or whatever.
It was the vent piece.
Yeah, it might be their vent. But That's the main meat and potatoes of the book, and the book outlines various like control methods and things like that, which, you know, honestly, without magic, the scientific progression of this world is still a couple of let alone attempting. So yeah, most of this, for most people, completely outside of the realm of any sort of like applicability. Like the concepts are obviously terrifying, but like actually using any of this, basically impossible for the world of Halfus without magic.
So it's the fact that it was in the just the forbidden section, anyways, kind of just makes it like, oh yeah, we don't want anybody getting the idea about this at all, but we have to keep it in the forbidden section. We got to make sure somebody has this knowledge.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, you do very much get that vibe. This was actually probably put there specifically for that purpose, so that it's hidden, but still accessible by the right people.
Yeah, it
You
sucks
know
to
the
be them.
ones. Eyebrow wiggle.
Yeah, well, it sucks to be them. I have it now.
It's in your possession.
All right.
But yeah,
so
that's what it is.
So I'm assuming I pretty much read the book from cover to cover during this entire
Yeah,
time.
yeah. It is not a long book at all. It's a short journal that like covers a few of these things, and then it breaks it down. It's like direct path possible. It spends no time, you know,
Beating
waxing
around the
on about
bush.
any of it. Yeah, being that it's written by a logical math creature that got straight to the fucking point.
I'm still for this just for the sake of just for like, do we have housekeeping in the inn we're staying at?
Yes, the Stupor's Relief does have housekeeping.
All right, yeah, no, I'm keeping that fucking book on my person.
Okie dokie. Duly
And
noted.
I'm gonna keep the book on my person, and I'm probably gonna go head on out and get some fresh air for whatever time's left in the day.
Okay. Then when you head out, roll me a perception check, just to see if you get steamrolled into things.
Oh no!
Oh god damn it!
You just keep walking.
All right.
God damn it, man! What the fuck?
Okay, so back down to Callie and Laria. You got regular traffic going both ways. You see no carriages or wagons or just two guys with like cartoonishly large like armfuls of like bottles and whatnot waddling down the street. You don't see any of that going on. You're not in the right side of town to see weird marching parade that's being tailed by the rogues. So what are you gonna do?
What am I gonna do? I need that bottle, god damn it. It's time.
This is a pretty large town.
Yeah, this is a large town. You've got regular traffic. You've got this is a semi-residential area that you are in. So you've got most of the business in town. That's the red-colored sections. The green-colored sections mostly residential, with the occasional like little place like the Lie Still where they do businesses that's related to the creating and or selling of the various alcoholic products that is produced by the town. So if you would like, I'll give you the opportunity to make a society check to just ask around and see if anyone here saw a wagon or a couple of guys with cartoonishly large handfuls of
Cartoonishly large, just a disconnection noise.
Sure, we'll do that.
Oh, Jamal died. And he's back.
Oh. But is he awake?
I'm not going to sleep in elevation.
Hey, welcome back, Jay.
No. Welcome back, Jay. Well, the question is, Jay, particular moment, Jamal is not necessarily needed for anything, so if you admit to those allegations and take a nap, you totally fucking can, if you want to. I'm not gonna hold you here. Alright.
I have enough energy to finish.
Okay, cool then. So, Jamal, to bring you into the action, Seamus, who has been at the Stupors Relief all day, he's been holed up in his room. He said he had something to do, and he had like a book under his hand that he was like trying to like hide from everybody else. And like he slipped into his room, and like you hear various like ooh noises coming from there for like 2 hours, and then he steps back out and he's like, and like slips the book, you know, like under his jacket and whatnot. And he's like, and starts heading out. Everyone else is kind of gone. Just like tag up with him.
I think just like me, Jamal just probably resting.
Well, do you want to keep resting, or do you want to take a step out the magic 8-ball?
Come on, Jamal, join me. It'll be an adventure.
It'll be an adventure, and maybe you can actually save.
Wait, speaking of magic 8-ball, don't we
Perception
have
check.
Don't we have
No,
a
we still
magic
have
8-ball?
magic 8-ball. I think it's in either. I think I still have it.
It's in Mr. Silverose.
Oh yeah, it is
Okay,
Rose.
and
Rose.
Speaking of which, does that society check pass? Because if not, I'm just pulling out the 8-ball and asking where the hell these motherfuckers went.
That society check does pass.
Okay, alright. That's good. I won't want to waste our one free asking where the booze went.
Yeah, we have to wait another week to ask it again.
Okay,
I was
so
like, I don't know. I'll probably say that Jamal woke up. You know, his strange. Probably say he probably go to the nearest tab and tackle because he don't know what the hell everybody's doing.
He's going to the
Well,
local pub.
well, if you want to go
drink like not to drink himself like.
Okay, well, if you want to go to the local pub, the closest local, there is a small place up in the Greatbeard that is kind of relaxed. They do mostly like meads and wines and stuff. If you want hard liquors, you need to go south, and the Lie Still would be best bet.
I'm like, Jamal already looked weird enough. Let's go to the south one.
All right, Jamal's heading towards there.
You know what? I'll join him for a drink.
Okay, so this now brings the party closer together.
All coalesce in one area.
But let's handle that society check.
So
Okay.
we're still looking around and asking questions. I don't even know if mine passed.
That 17 does not get anything. However, okay, so it takes a little while for you guys to ask around, and you get a lot of people who like I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember anything like that. But you do come across one person who at first is like, nah, I don't know. Wait a second. And then they think about it and they're like, did you say a colo? With like spots? Yeah, I saw that guy. They say that they saw him riding in he was in the driver's seat. He was steering a covered wagon. That it was that they saw that covered wagon this direction. So like from this intersection, they saw it heading up this way, and then it would have turned and gone this way. But they did see it head in that direction, and that was about an hour ago.
An hour?
Accounting for the time that it took y'all to ask around.
Oh,
Yeah, about
damn.
like 30 minutes like ago from when the store opened, then like 15 or so minutes after. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ty's like, damn, what the fuck have we been doing all this time? After that
I mean-
wagon.
I mean, funny things that like actually asking does actually legitimately take an hour. That's how long it takes.
Shit. Okay, well then we'll probably take that knowledge and follow wherever he was pointing in the direction.
Okay. So again, the party is beginning to coalesce. Let's see here. I need June to make a stealth check.
Okay.
And I'm going to need everybody else to make perception checks.
Alright.
Let's go. 30.
That's a really good stealth.
That is a really good stealth.
Mm-hmm. Like say, like we're like trying to look like we're kind of like following the crowd, but still like kind of keeping a bit of a distance.
God
Maybe
damn it,
blend
once
in.
again, my
Oh,
guys
like-
are all within the same area.
I'm like, Jim, can you actually roll that for here at the moment?
June Scales
Sure
is
can.
coming in.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me open up Jamal here. And let's hit Jamal. First of all,
Why are you hitting the dog? What the dog do?
let's make sure Jamal's got full hit points. But then we need to do a perception.
Damn.
Damn, good perception.
Jamal and I are up there. Holy
Damn.
shit.
Damn, Jamal almost sees June.
Almost.
Almost sees June. Although, let me also get over here because
Oh, you probably can smell it, but not see it.
I would say that yeah, you probably get the. I smell June around here. But I can fucking find the.
No.
I just checked it. Although Torque's actual stealth
Some
check
of
is
y'all
much higher than
can't
that
see
because
Torque,
she's simply.
though.
Yeah, well, her stealth check is actually higher than 4 because she is following the expert, which is June.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually a 20. Okay, so but yeah. So as the party is coalescing for various reasons, you all get to this this main area here, this main strip, all roughly at about the same time, as there is a just parade of random ass people just walking along, which is stopping the flow of like cart traffic and everything, of which there is a good amount of cart traffic that is coming in and out of the trees right there. So you hear some people like starting to get a little bit like angry, but there is a bunch of people on foot who are kind of like singing and dancing and like chanting along as they're just like going, but they're all just dressed like normal people, except for in the very middle of the crowd you've got 2 people who are dressed like jesters, and in front of them you've got a shirtless dude covered in tattoos who's like ting-tanging a little like set of like cymbals and bells. It's on like this harnessed thing that does absolutely nothing to block their like absolutely ripped abs and like defined back muscles and so Seamus, you see that guy from the library. He's still wearing the same big pants, but now he's added on like the bells and jingle jangling, with a like just crowd of people swirling around him as he's blocking all of fucking traffic, as he's just moving along leisurely pace. Like, this man is techno Viking down the road.
Techno Viking? I haven't heard that in years, bro.
Are there any colos around? Specifically following the weird guy with the bells and the whistles and shit?
There are 0 colos.
Fuck, this isn't what we were looking for.
But there is that crowd, which is currently blocking traffic as y'all get into this area. And the guy stops in the middle of says like his shtick again about, hey, fucking sucks, everybody. Let's have fun. And then he makes his check versus the crowd.
Yeah.
Bro, what do you? I don't like that. I don't like that.
So
okay, then.
he makes his check versus the crowd, and while and people who were not previously, like involved in the like swarm around him, you do see a couple of people who are like, yeah, no shit, work's not fun, but like I have work to do. Get the fuck out of my way. But you see several people, some of them who have like some wagons and whatnot, just be like, yeah, that's a compelling argument, and just climb off of their vehicle, join in the swarm that's dancing around this guy. And as new people join in, there is a singular chant that starts to like grow out of the coffin, various different things that everybody is talking.
Wait a minute.
Where you guys hear a phrase or something over and over again. Onimuza. 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 And I'm going to need everybody to make a religion check.
Religion, okay.
Religion check.
Damn, man, I've only got a +2 to religion. Let's go.
Damn.
The one who stole the alcohol, or purchased the alcohol at a very exorbitant price for some reason.
Well,
All right.
given the information we got, it could be a possibility. And see what just happened just now?
The dog don't know.
Dog,
no. The dog don't know, but it's a DC 20.
Dog is not very particularly religious.
Yeah, it is a DC 20. And the DC 20 lets you know that Omiuza is a deity, specifically a Trolsh deity. Not a particularly like super popular one or anything, but a Trolsh deity who is all about like doing things which are fun, like a specific flavor of fun.
Buying up the entire alcohol supply and then drinking it all in a couple of days.
Actually, yes. Weirdly enough, that would be in the hyper specific like points.
Specific way.
I'm guessing like Callie is just telling Larry this, and like Larry is just like, you know what? I think you're right.
You know what?
I was gonna ask, can I do another check to see if this particular religion has any special day, like holidays or anything coming up, where they just quite literally about, hey yo, let's party whenever the hell we feel like it, kind of type BS.
They are not the type that.
They're not the type that have
System.
holidays.
They do not have structured holidays. No. The only thing that even comes vaguely close to that in this religion, which, like I said, is not popular, and it's from like a whole other fucking side of the planet, that you get with a basic DC 20 check, is that there is a they have a holiday which is called the Day of Orgies.
Ali, shield your eyes.
I mean, there currently isn't one going on. They do have that holiday. It's the one day. It's the one day that you know that.
I feel like Callie wouldn't know exactly what that is, but she knows it because she read it in a book or something, and she's explaining this to like.
She's just explaining
who knows exactly what that is and what that, and she's like, okay, maybe you might want to.
And Larry's just like nod, wide eyes.
Yeah, she's like, Callie, go.
Callie's like, what? Did I say something bad? I've read it in a book. I don't. What even is that? This thing called an orgy.
Larry's just like.
Allegations.
Oh my
Um,
god.
But the guy in the middle, after he says that, and you know, other people will like start joining him, and the chant starts up. He does a rapid series of bing bongs on his instrument thing, and then he like points at this building specifically, this one right here, this funny shaped one right there. And you know, he does the whole like, follow me to fun, purely the adult variety. And like the crowd like literally just like for him to move forward, and then for everyone else kind of swarm in behind him and moving in to the cafe that is on the 6-story building.
Do I notice Seamus and Jamal?
They're not hiding. No one else is doing stealth. So I'm
Yeah,
going to say, yeah, you notice Seamus and Jamal over on the edge of the group.
Yeah. I'm gonna nudge Torque with an elbow and just like kind of slowly break away from the crowd as they're like, you know, going around the corner, and like, you know, go up to Seamus and them and being like, oh, yeah, and like say like, hey, something freaky's going on. Did you see all that? Like like to Seamus and we.
Fuck, where did you come from?
I was.
You're like, yeah, that's right. She was hiding.
Yeah, like. No, like for real, like she just like.
Jamal is not surprised because he just smelled her nearby.
Just like kind of.
Yeah, something's definitely weird going on. You see this dude dancing over here? Like, what the hell's going on here?
I have no idea. I was just going. I just went to the mining company for directions to the place we need to go, and as we were stepping out, we saw that whole mess. People were just dropping boxes and leaving carts. I think I even saw someone leave a child behind. That's something seriously wrong is going on. And like she kind of leans over to Jamal and says, "Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary that maybe you could have picked up with your senses?"
Go check for that.
And maybe he's using some kind of drugs or something.
Jamal, with your just passive scent, these people, and you're not getting a whiff of the main dude or the two jester-looking guys, but just like the regular people in this, they smell like regular people. Some of them are kind of hopped up on coffee, as it is still relatively early in the. But yeah, these people, they smell normal. However, though, as soon as they join the crowd and, you know, like go from just being somebody who's being annoyed by the fact that traffic's being blocked to like, actually, you know, this dude's got a point. Let me just drop all of my shit and leave. There is a small detectable change in their, like in their body odor. As there's a small change in their chemistry going on. You know, like they're getting in the mood is what I'm saying. But yeah, you don't smell drugs, but you do smell erections.
Oh God.
Jamal can smell that. Jamal can smell that.
Yeah,
Why does it smell
Jamal
like
can
fish?
smell erections. It's canon. It's canon now.
But
I honestly probably at that point, Jamal was just like, nothing. It was said to June like nothing too weird, but Jesus Christ, if Callie was here, I can't even really say what I want to say.
oh, Callie and Laria are like way down there.
It's okay. You can say it because Callie isn't there.
Yeah, Callie's not there.
Yeah.
Would some June would be like, okay, spit it out.
What is it, boy? What is it, boy?
Hold his balls. Little Timmy strapped to the wall.
Jamal gestured June to come down his level and don't whisper in our ears.
Just spit it out.
It's like, he says, these people are in the mood to have sex, and I don't know how to feel about that.
Just like wrinkles her nose and just kind of shrugs her shoulders and says, maybe they're in a trance? Could they be could it be magic? Either way, we should probably
Magic, hold up, I got this.
Yeah. Seamus, do you think maybe he's a spellcaster using some kind of magic to get them in the mood?
One way to find out. The GM, if you don't mind me casting Detect Magic.
Go for it.
Or Arcana?
Oh yeah, there's magic. The every single person who is in the crowd that's following along, that's not complaining about it, yeah, they have a faint aura of magic coming over.
Oh yeah, they got magic. Yeah, there's magic. There's shenanigans with magic going around. Holy shit.
Well,
and the Pro Jamal say, if we probably stay far away from it, we won't be affected by it.
well, should we do something about it, or just get the heck out of here and not involve
Dr.
ourselves with that?
Shivers just randomly saying that? It's funny.
But yeah, June's essentially asking, should we get involved with this? Should we just maybe alert some authorities, maybe at the very least, or should we just like look the other direction and go about our business with the? Because shit's freaky, and she.
I would probably say Jamal said last thing we need to be calling a whole new situation because of Tim. You know,
I don't think Tim's got anything to do with this one, Jamal. I don't think Tim's got anything to do with this.
I mean, to Tim's benefit, it wasn't technically his fault that time either.
Yeah.
Just everything afterward technically was.
I'm just saying, Jamal feel like they don't want to be back with like the police after that situation.
No, I honestly no. But from what June has told me about like people are abandoning their kids and like kids are ending up missing. Yeah, nah. There's got to be there's got to be some type of like connection.
I just imagine this whole intricate conversation is going down. It's like, should we get involved? And then you just see down the street like how he's like, we should get involved. I need those booze. And then she walks inside or something.
Oh no.
I'm like,
Yeah, like coming while y'all are like discussing this over at the corner, kind of like.
Kelly has a reason.
As the crowd thins, you guys see Callie's like helmet start to peek out between people, and then like Mr. Serva, and then like the faintly glowing mushroom cap of Laria as they're like cruising towards the same building.
I'm like,
oh shit! I don't see her.
I'm like, can Jamal smell?
I'm gonna say that they're not being.
It's like just like, oh shit, Callie just went in.
However,
Jesus, Callie!
Oh fuck, she just ran in. Oh fuck!
I was like, I'll probably say Jamal said, oh guys, we got bigger problems. We just got a situation.
Callie is completely ignorant of everything that's currently going on.
I'm like, no, but Jamal was saying, guys, I think we might have a problem now. I smell Callie within that crowd.
Papa's coming.
Well, I guess it's our problem now.
Seamus just sprints.
Make Love in This Club plays ominous.
Oh, I like this.
Oh my god.
Featuring P. Diddy.
No.
I'll be right back.
Right back. No.
Oh no. It's Drake beef.
It's not BBL Drizzy, please.
BBL.
Oh, this is gonna be dated so fucking hard.
It's gonna
We will know when we played this from
yeah,
these
we'll know.
references.
Yeah, we'll know when we play this episode. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Dated
Okie
stamped all
dokie.
over it, bro.
All right. Okay. So Callie and Laria are the first people into the building.
Gleefully ignorant of everything that is currently going
Gleefully
on.
ignorant as like you enter into a pastry shop. That's also like a cafe kind of like thing. And
Oh,
you can see that there's one like chef, who's like behind the counter in the like kitchen area, who is just staring like dumbfounded as like several other people who are dressed as like chefs and staff and whatnot are just walking off to like join the crowd.
Callie starts
To-
snapping
as-
her, like goes up to the guy, starts snapping her fingers. She's like, hello? It starts waving her eyes like, the fuck is going on? Hello?
What the hell is happening here? And then like he looks over at Callie and like, Callie, small fish person, little smaller mushroom person, combat robot. Like he's suddenly told which situation he needs to be more.
Discover a stunning selection
I'm
of
sorry.
flowers
This I think we
throughout
might
the
be
floral
closed.
department. Whether your specialty is bouquets,
The owner just
Might
walked
be
off.
closed.
centerpieces,
The owner and
owner
all of the
walked
other staff just fucking walked off and went upstairs with everybody else.
Closed? How could you be closed at 7 in the morning?
Exactly. This is like more. This is the weirdest breakfast rush I've ever seen.
More like wake up wood.
Callie, like, I think Callie kind of like says, like, sir, I think we have a situation that requires you to go and get the police in this place. Could you go and do that real quick?
That sounds like a very reasonable thing to do. I will go get the guards. And then he begins to fight the tide of people to get out of the building to go get the guards.
God, it's so annoying whenever you're trying to like go against the flow of people.
Which, like the other people who, they're not acting like he's not there or anything like that. They are still otherwise acting normally. It's just they're all flowing in a direction, and this guy is trying to go against the flow. So there's a lot of like, oops, sorry, pardon me, oops, excuse me, sorry. They're kind of like, as they're like bouncing, around. So like they're struggling to get out the door as the rest of the party is coming up to the door. But
Are there any spotted colos around?
I would say that Callie doesn't need to make a perception check or anything like that. But I would say that Callie would notice that there is, in fact, a colo at the first landing of the stairs that lead up to like the second floor. So there's like, so the stairs go up, in a corner, and then there's a landing, and then it turns and then goes up to the second floor. Well, in that corner or that corner landing, there is a colo who is specifically directing flow of traffic. Like he's part of this, and he's just like, yep, this way, everybody just follow on this way.
Room is up.
This colo has all black fur. He is well dressed, and he has that they can't be natural, but he's got like stripes or sigils or something which have been dyed into his fur like tattoos. Like he's got they're bleached into his black fur.
Is he?
So if any of you would like to make a roll on that, you can.
Make a religion check, you said?
Yes, please.
God damn it. Roll a 3. Well, that's...
Those
I got never.
are definitely religious symbols. And given the context of what Callie told you earlier about that name, that looks like that's probably what those symbols are related to. Only use that.
I'd imagine that like Callie's like looking around the room as she's standing on the table, just like.
It's the only way you'd even be able to see the guy is if you were like standing on the table.
Taps Larry's like, hey, I think I see a Colo over here.
Yeah, like you said, on the top of his head or something.
Yeah, he's guiding traffic, and the pastry chef, who's not under control or whatever, finally makes it out the door as the rest of the party is like starting to filter in. So Callie, being on the table, would be able to see the party, and the party would be able to see Callie on the table.
I would say as soon as Callie sees the Colo, she steps off the table immediately, and like it's getting like crowded in the room, right? Like,
Oh, it is super crowded in here. Yeah.
I would imagine, and she grabs onto Mr. Servos, and Larry just like.
Wait, Mr. Servos is in the building?
Yes, Mr. Servos is in the building.
Yeah,
He is medium sized to remind that he's not the big tank.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, he's
He's
like
not the 16-foot tank.
Yeah, he's like the size of like a shooter, but he does still have the gun attached to him.
Dr. Tremor's making the gun noises on it will always be cute.
Yeah, but let's see here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to bring open Mr. Servos' sheet, and Mr. Servos is going to make a whisper roll. Okay, so Callie jumps off the table onto Mr. Servos. Mr. Servos like turns on like his flashers, and it's just like beep boop. I am an active robot, like thing as he starts to, move through the crowd, and the crowd parts, ever so slightly to allow him to move forward. But he is at the
Callie
moment
like holding on to Larry as well. She's just like,
Yeah,
I would assume so. I would assume so. That like just jumps on the back and then grabs Larry and drags her along. But Mr. Servos is like doing the like, I am an active combat droid. Get out of my like effective strike range kind of thing. So yeah, it's like when you pull out a torch in a. It's just to get out just the bare edge of the light. So he's muscling his way through the crowd, through this little pastry shop, over to the stairs. The rest of the party is like literally 10 feet. So as y'all all like come together, the Colo guy on the stairs, like looks over at like the commotion from Mr. Servos moving into the crowd, and like he sees y'all, and then he yells out in common, "Everyone, make way! Make way!" And then like he turns and like yells up the stairs like, "Make way!" And you hear like repeated, "Make way! Make way!" And the crowd parts for Mr. Servos and the rest of the party as everyone just sort of like comes to a stop and looks at.
Huh? Like us included?
Yes. Like all of the people who are under the effect of this all stop, step aside so that there's a narrow path that you can walk along if you wanted to do so, and just like look at you, and they're all looking at you like, you're kind of interrupting them, but they're not. But none of them say anything. Like it's silent. Like it goes from a crowd of people talking all at once and to just silence as they all look at you.
Oh yeah, definitely getting bad vibes from this.
But the Colo at the top of the stairs does a little like half bow and like gestures up the stairs, and this way, fun awaits.
Just like Jim kind of like leans like back, still like looking like yeah, this is suspicious as fuck. Should we go?
I'm like I'm like, Jamal already got his hand on his gun. He don't trust nothing what's about to happen.
You see magical energy crackling from Seamus. Like anything happens to my little girl.
Kind of just like, alright, still gleefully ignorant, not having any clues to really what's going on other than that she knows everyone's kind of been brainwashed.
Dusty as fuck.
Well, I guess we have to like catch up to Callie either way. So yeah.
Well, I mean, y'all are
That's what-
practically within reach of each other, so it's not anything special for y'all to just flow up the line to get up to where everybody's going up the stairs at once. Now,
I would probably say Jamal hop on Seamus' back. Just there's so many people.
Formation.
around. Small
Callie like looks back at them. He's like, "Oh, I didn't know you guys were following us."
Oh yeah, I forgot to say, Seamus, you let me be on your back, right?
Obviously.
Okay.
Callie like looks at them. He's like, "What are you guys doing here?" Like to the rest of the party behind us as she sees them. Probably because like she would finally get a good look at them now that the crowd's parted, like the Red Sea.
Seamus would speak to Kali and Rasu, saying, "There's weird magic afoot. Don't get any closer."
Callie like says back in Rasu, magic. Me and Larry didn't pick up any weird magic when we were at the line still.
It's being active in this area. Just come back to us and let's go as a group.
Callie comes back and takes his advice. Kind of like waits for the rest of the party to catch up.
okay, so it takes but a moment for the party to all get together, and the crowd, unless you guys want to literally fight against a crowd of commoners, your two options is to either A, exit the door, or B, go up them stairs.
Look like we got another mystery on hand, Scooby Gang.
God damn it.
Well, I know
I was waiting
Callie.
for somebody to say it.
I know Callie wants to, like, track down the line stuff, but like, as far as like us, like what's our, like, do we have any reason to go up the stairs essentially, like, other than like, obviously the mystery and like all that stuff.
Well, it's I think mainly for the fact as Seamus that the magic that's surrounding them. Obviously, it's going to interfere with us trying to do our job of like our Pathfinders thing. And as like you said about like kids are going missing or something along the lines of that.
Well, not missing. They're just like the parent. Like, I don't know if it was like one or several, but like a parent literally just like left their child like on the street and like and followed the crowd down the road. Like,
yeah, like literally a adult left a 6-year-old on the side of the.
Would the rest of the party be telling this to Callie? That they
no. This is all out of character.
Yeah, and this conversation happened. Party came back together, but just for clarification's sake. So no, Callie doesn't know any of this.
Yeah. I was asking if they were gonna say any of this to Callie.
I mean, the only thing Callie knows as of in character is that there's sussy magic afoot.
Yeah, I mean, Larry doesn't know either.
And that alcohol is upstairs, and I need to get to it.
So I would assume that Seamus probably like tells Laria and again and clarifies it again for Callie that there's something about this strange dude that we've been seeing. Apparently, has some form of control or manipulation with these people. We don't know how strong it is, but apparently it's pretty strong enough to get a whole crowd of people.
Callie kind of like thinks for a second, and then Ross says, kind of like the same effect we saw in Runoff.
Oh.
Question
Everybody
mark?
hears footsteps coming from upstairs.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Like slowly coming down the stairs, like doop, 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 doop. Like they're absolutely in no rush whatsoever. As you guys are,
Do we hear
Have it-
jingling?
you
Do we hear
you do in fact hear a slight jingle with each step, and then barefoot first, followed by very big pant, comes a shirtless man who's wearing a heart covered bells and little symbol.
Whoa.
And he
Straight
stops at the top of the stairs and smiles down at the party, and he says, "Don't you want to come on up? We're going to have lots and lots of fun. You're all invited, and I need everyone to make a saving."
Oh no.
Oh,
What kind of saving throw?
A will save, please.
Can I hit him with a demoralize to tell him to shut the fuck up?
Probably after your will save. Oh damn, Laria.
We both got a 31.
I would imagine Callie only passed because she's just so like ignorant of everything that's going on. She doesn't even know what he means by you want to come
Like the subtext.
Yeah. She just doesn't know, so she can't even be under his mind control. She has no idea what he means by you want to come upstairs and have fun.
Okay, so there. Oh, okay, so we. Callie, we got one. Larry. Yeah, Swag, hit me with the
With the will?
Hit me with the will save. I'm gonna give you a.
I'm hero point the shit out of that.
You know what? Just re-roll it. Just re-roll it. No hero point. Just re-roll it.
All right.
Hey, let's go.
Oh my god.
Yo.
Ayo.
Okay. Yeah, ayo indeed. All right. And okay. And I'll roll one for Jamal.
What
I
is
had
the
critical fail, then immediately critical success.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's when those re-rolls really fucking mean it.
Mhm.
Okay, so first of all, let me hit up Jamal's save. Will save. Here we go. Damn, indeed.
What the dog did. We about to find out, Jordan.
Not succeeding at will save. That's for damn certain.
Hey Jay, you want to hero point that?
I mean, he does have a full swing of.
Okay, do you want
Sure.
to hero point that? Or?
No, let's ask Jay. Let's ask Jay if he wants to do that.
Stay even there. Is the question.
Oh, it seems like he's fine with his role.
Yep, seems that way. But we gotta check something first. So before that, I need to. All right. So, yeah. So you, Seamus, you hit the guy with that intimidation check. So you go ahead and make that intimidation check. Tell him to shut the fuck up.
Intimidation.
I mean, this is a really impressive one if you beat. That's not gonna beat it.
What the fuck?
Like I said, it's really fucking impressive.
What would I need to in order to beat it?
You would have needed a 29.
Oh god.
Wow.
I couldn't have done it anyways because it's only 8. Damn.
So yeah, he's not phased in the least bit by your retort. However, the retort class character that is Torque, she has that special thing that she can do. So let's see here.
Damn.
Okay, so there's that. Okay, that means I need June to reroll her will save.
All right.
And you get a +1 to this.
There we go.
Okay, good.
That
means the only one who that means the only one who failed, Jamal.
Is Jamal.
June. The reason June gets a save is there is a crunchy noise that comes from June's pocket, and then there is a brief smell of cinnamon, as the thing that Torque gave you earlier does its job and gives you a reroll saves. Okay, so crunch poof. That means everybody but Jamal passes the save, as his words are laced with power.
Oh.
Like magic, divine power. And when he sees that, actually, hold on. There's a June. On your feats.
Oh.
On your feats, I think you've got a human feat that allows you to bullshit that you have been affected by an emotional effect. And this is an emotional effect.
Let's see. Emotional skill feats. What would that be? I'm looking. Okay, let's see. Appearances.
Like it's a human feat that allows you to, like, whenever you succeed against an emotion thing, you can bullshit that no, actually you were infected, so that the caster is so you're lying to the caster that you're.
Let me look that up real quick.
Basically.
While you do that. Yeah.
But I think it's a feat that you might have, because it is a human specific feat. And this would be an opportunity for you to actually. But otherwise, he would know, though, for the rest that the magic did not take. And you see him frown, like for the first time. And when he frowns, 2 of his bottom teeth do not stay in his mouth when he does that. They come out like tusk, like sharp tusk that have little jagged lines carved into them. And he makes kind of like a growling noise. Okay, but
I was gonna say, I think when this happens, Laria and Callie just look at each other confused, like, what?
What are you talking about?
Hey, buddy, I ain't here for you. I'm here for Colo. This tall has spots on it or something. Bought all the alcohol in the store.
He looks at the
alcohol, dude.
He looks at the Colo on the stairs, and then looks at Larry like, well, if you're here for booze, we've got booze. I would rather you were here for, but if you're here for booze, that works too. Oh, I hear Jay.
I'm sorry, what was that feat called again? When I pass a what with emotion, or
when you pass a saving throw for a emotion effect, you can lie to the caster that you were actually affected by it. So, the whole thing from the movie where the crowd is coming up and the other guy is like emo tap, and they all just follow in. That it's literally that.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I don't see on the human feat list. Unless it's higher level, that'd be level 5. Wait, cover improviser. No, that's when you untrained.
We'll look it up later. But either way, but yeah, he looks at Laria and Callie, and he's just like, if you're here for booze, come on up. and he looks at the rest of the party, and then he says, "Well, if you're not here for fun, forget you. The rest of us will have fun. Isn't that right, everybody?" And then everyone's like, "Ah!" And everyone starts swarming up the stairs.
Larry just goes, "What do you think? Do we even trust this guy?"
Callie looks at her and is like, "No, I don't trust this guy one bit. I've seen sketchy people, and this guy is oozing sketchiness in buckets."
Yeah, I agree.
Speaking of oozing, as the crowd actually swarms up the stair rather quickly, making this overcrowded space that you guys are in suddenly become much less crowded. The Colo, who's not the Colo specifically that you were that was described to you, on the stairs, he waits until the last of the partygoers are up there, and then he takes a look at the party. Specifically, he looks at June and gives her a look before turning around and
what
kind of look did he give her?
He gave June the come up and see me sometime kind of all of this is yours if you follow me. And then he trots up after everybody else.
All right. Well, I guess.
Are there any other entrances other than the stairs to go up to the top of the building?
No, there is literally the stairs that go to the second floor. There is on this ground floor, there is the front door that everybody came, assumedly a back loading door in the back. There may be some sort of little side door or something like that, but if you want to go upstairs, your one option is this stairwell.
Callie kind of thinks about that, that's very suspicious because the one building that doesn't have any other entrances upstairs and only one entrance. But she's rubbing the bottom of her tank.
You guys are hearing just feet moving of people moving upstairs. They're not vanishing the moment they go upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a dull thunder. Under that dull thunder, though, you do hear music starting to start up.
We got our boss theme playing, everybody.
A lot of clapping too.
Yeah, a lot of clapping, a lot of rhythmic clapping.
So are we good? Well,
let's see.
Well, she would ask, how important is this alcohol? She'd ask her.
Callie kind of well, now when he asked me to get the alcohol for him, because he's not had it in a long time, he said, and I just thought it'd be very nice, considering I am his boss, to get the alcohol since it was a convenient time to get it.
She'll just say, yeah, I understand, but I don't like the fact that we have to get it through there.
I'd
rather just not.
Callie thinks to herself, yeah, I've had my fair. I've had enough.
It's just everything's weird and suspicious, and I don't trust whatever's up those stairs.
Yeah, Callie's I've had enough of these weird, freakish cults. I've had enough of it. I am done.
Okay, Fuzzy, I found what the feat. It's actually the opposite. That well, it says it's keep up appearances. It says,
oh yeah,
you are affected by an emotion effect, and I roll deception, and on a success, they think I wasn't affected.
Okay, so it works in the other direction.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like the example.
Does June
is,
have that feat?
I do, and it that's why I was like that's what messed me up. But it basically says like it's like the example is you trick a will-o-wisp into believing you are under a fear effect, and it can't use its feat action on feed on fear ability on you, like like that kind of thing.
Okay. All right. Well, then yeah, I was just incorrect. It works in the other direction. Okay. So, that aside, the party is uncontrolled. I'm just going to say that somebody like just casually steps on Jamal's tail so he can't walk up the stairs with everybody
just
else.
smack the sense into him.
Yeah.
No,
But
I mean, if Jamal was
him up by the overalls round.
Yeah, I'm not trying to take away, a player's agency here, but I'm just saying, if Jamal failed, like, you probably, like...
I mean, he did fail.
Yeah.
He totally failed.
Like, we just see him, just break off and go with the crowd and be like, hey, Jamal, wait, Like, again, I'll think, is Jay back, or is he still asleep?
I heard something.
He's not asleep, but I think he got called off by his... So who knows when he may
Yeah. Because I'm not trying to take their agency or like their input here. I'm just saying like I get what you're saying. Like oh, someone steps on his tail and he wakes up from the mind control. But I mean, hey, that would give us a reason to go up there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that does give you a reason. Whether he actually goes up or you guys are physically halting him from go up, you know that he wants to go up there.
Mm-hmm.
So
You know what? Actually, let's make this interesting. Let's have Jay be charmed, and we have to, and he's a part of the. If we do happen to get into an altercation, he's a person we have to fight.
Or I guess or we'll snap him out of it. Probably be.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the everybody goes up the stairs, and then as you guys are being essentially left alone the hyena guy, like shoots a look, and he starts to like trot up the stairs, and then like behind him, you guys just notice Jamal just like doop up the stairs. The guy who's like hyper paranoid and whatnot about shit. He's just going up the stairs like he ain't got no care in the world.
That's a problem.
And you are all aware of the fact that magic did wash over them.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're all aware of the fact that you did make and succeed a saving throw.
Like June like I guess like looks at the thing that like gets the thing out of my pocket that Torque gave me. Like, is it like cracked and all that stuff you said?
Yeah, it's all shriveled up. The little it's a little cloth pouch with herbs and whatnot in it. It looks like they were plain regular like herbs and clippings when she gave it to you. It now looks like they've been set on fire, and there's a faint like smell of cinnamon coming from it.
Well, that's concerning.
Yeah.
Guys, do you think we should stop him? That's it.
Yeah. The last thing we need to hear is how sore Jamal is going to be in the morning.
I don't think we can exactly just leave him. I mean, who knows what could happen.
I don't. Callie's like very skeptical. I was. Oh no.
Should we just play along and grab Jamal and make a break for it, or?
Yeah. Yeah, Callie's like, yeah, no, alcohol ain't worth this. Sketchy issue.
Yeah. Yeah. Now we got a new reason to go upstairs.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we should stop him. Also, like, does he have weapons? Wouldn't that be really bad?
Yes, he does have weapons on him.
Would they make him do something illegal, like shoot off a gun or something, and get us all arrested?
Oh shit!
Well, he
yeah,
has
good
he has
point.
scimitars on him, not guns. And
Well, he has guns and blades.
oh, he does have guns and blades. Okay.
Yep, he has guns and blades.
Yeah. And bells and whistles.
I'm gonna have Seamus just kind of just manhandle Jamal and just drag him out.
Man.
Okay.
So we're gonna go upstairs and
Are we
unleash
all
our
just
dog.
gonna attempt to grab him?
Oh, Jay, is that you?
Well, somebody's gonna have to go upstairs to.
I think. Is that you, Jay? I saw him line up.
You know how I imagine he goes upstairs? He goes upstairs like that one meme of like the French bulldog, like.
Mm-hmm. I think I see Jay. Like I hear him
Nestling in his chair.
Yeah. So maybe they're coming back.
Jay?
Welcome back, Jay.
Okay.
Jay, you better do something or else you're gonna get your butthole tickled.
Excuse me, what?
You fucking kidding me?
He got dog napped.
Literally, yeah.
So Jay,
you tell me I've been gone for almost 10 minutes to talk to my brother just for this to happen.
I mean,
Yes.
yeah, basically.
Unfortunately, yeah.
So
Like,
the
dog
party.
napped in what way?
Okay, so the party was in the like pastry shop area, and the guy who was leading the crowd came back down to be like, "Hey, are you guys here to have fun or what?" And when he did that, like he hit the party with a spell, and everybody had to make a will save. Everybody was able to get past it except for Jamal. So Jamal was the one failure. So Jamal was like, "I'm here to party," and started walking up them stairs behind everybody else. And everyone was like, quick thinking of like, should we let him go or should we just drag him out? But since you're here, you're currently under a emotional effect, which is informing Jamal that if he goes upstairs with everybody else, that he will indeed have a lot of fun. They do have multiple swimming pools worth of booze up there. And also, like, the way that hyena man just, like, walked them stairs, said volumes without using a single word.
Yeah, the hyena man tried to give June the smolder.
Yeah, there's music, there's
like
the smell of copious amounts of horny.
I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, okay, this probably might be actually a good bid at this point. Not in the sense of him being obviously, but like, this might be a good role play moment. I'm like, so what is so Jamal's just in trance.
You are fascinated with the guy who is leading this whole procession. You want to know what he means when he says have fun, because it sounds pretty fucking serious, and Lord knows it's been a while for you since you've had good fun. I'm
like,
so the thing is, Jay, is that as far as game rules are concerned, you still have all of your free will and you can still make all of the actions that you want to make, but you are encouraged to use either one or all of your actions to follow this guy wherever he currently upstairs and away from the rest of the party.
I would probably say, okay, here's my thing, and hear me out. And
also, you don't know that you're under an effect. Everyone else knows because they all passed the save, but you don't because
this guy just has sounds like a really good deal to you.
Yeah,
I was like,
real sweet deal.
I'm like probably Jamal after that, just like he in his head, like what the hell was? Wait, hold up, he might actually be speaking facts right now.
Hold up, he's speaking.
But they're like, Jamal like, no, I need to stay with the party. Like, bring a party, though.
You do bring a bargain. and considering the fact like the Colos are clearly involved, everyone here is okay with it.
But y'all like yes, no, yes, no. I was like, it could be a good opportunity for anybody to probably try to snap him out.
Well, Jay, as you're like having this internal debate, you are still moving slowly up the stairs.
It's like, yeah,
and when you get
internally in his, so pretty much he's internally in his head without realizing.
When you get to the top of the stairs, so that you hit the second floor, you can still see the party. The party can still see you, but you can see down the hallway on the second floor. And on the second floor, it is straight up like a dance club. The lights are all like blue and red and flashing. There's a lot of underlighting going on. Half of everybody is already half naked. The other half are already naked. And people are dancing. There is even one guy over in the corner who is currently standing on his hands up against the wall, butt-ass naked, with a tube in his mouth that they're pouring booze down, while he's also getting a tattoo on his junk.
I'm like,
there's a lot going on.
Wow, they work fast.
I was like, I'm pretty sure. I'm like, I would say canonically for everybody that is watching, I'm like Jamal. Jamal know is military shit. This is a weird new experience for him.
There are
idea,
titties and booties a bouncing.
I have an idea, but it might be a little unconventional.
I was just gonna shout at him.
Unconventional problems. Unconventional problems count
Yeah.
for unconventional solutions.
I was gonna. Is there an air filtration system in this entire building, or like some? I don't know. Say that like
a ventilation system.
Yeah, like some way to spread like chemicals, like very throughout the entire building in a very quick and easy manner.
They have standard vents, which are, you would be hard pressed to get a Callie's skull inside of one of them if you're thinking in that direction. They do facilitate in the movement of air, but down here, specifically in the bakery area, they do have a industrial vent which has billows attached to it, where if you were to pump the billows, it would force air up and through the pipes, which assumedly then lead outside of the building.
They lead outside the building?
Yes, assumedly, as that's what these would be for, is to like, smoke out of the building.
I was thinking, I was like, what if I pumped like dread ampule air throughout the entire building so everyone just becomes terrified and starts running away?
What if I just threw the fear gas into the AC?
That's what I was thinking. I mean it would get people. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
I mean, you can.
I want to attempt.
Well, you also
fill
gotta
the
remember
entire
too.
building with dread ampule.
You gotta remember
Fear
too.
gas.
We're in the building.
Polish guy is literally staring at us on the stairs.
Oh no, it's not for him.
No, I mean saying he's right there.
Is he still on the stairs, or did he leave? I thought he left with the rest of the group.
I think he.
Well, he went up the stairs and then he went around. Jamal can see him, but you can't see him, and assumedly he can't see you.
I mean, I still kind of want to do a pumping fear gas. So I can kind of.
All right, you go do this. I'm gonna go fucking grab Jamal.
Yeah, let's.
I'm going to manhandle. I'm going to manhandle that dog.
All right.
While Jamal just having an internal monologue of just like wonder what is happening. This is not a life he has never seen.
Jamal is standing there. Jamal is standing there, and in his mind, he's, wait a minute, is this fun? Have I been in the military for so long that I don't know what fun is even like anymore? Like he's having like an exist.
Yep.
Like he can't. He doesn't even know what fun is, and then he gets picked up by the magic 8-ball.
Well, if we're gonna do that.
He gets picked up by the magic 8-ball.
12 bottles of moderate dread ampule to the entire building.
Okay, so Callie is just going to feed dread ampule into the ventilation system.
Is that poisonous?
It's not poisonous.
I mean,
but it
in a
will,
way.
In a way, it's semi-poisonous.
In a way.
But it.
Okay, so Callie is attempting to counteract or supplant the like enthralling effect with a fear effect.
Yes.
Fear
Okay,
boners
so
abound.
yeah, fear boners abound. I mean, if you get hard during this Batman games, this one's for you. Okay. All right, Callie, what is the D?
The DC.
Yes. For their fear effect, what is the DC?
Jamal just like this. Look, this is what?
So, given that Jamal is shaken by the experience, but Swag is not, as Swag like goes up and like grabs him.
He's picking him up like a Super Mario Brothers 2 item.
The target becomes. It doesn't have a DC at the moment. It doesn't say anything about DC. It just says the flask is filled with the murky purple gas that briefly interferes with normal brain activity. A dread ampule deals the listed mental damage and mental splash damage on a hit. The target becomes frightened 1 or frightened 2 on a critical hit.
Okay, so normally it's an attack roll. Okay, so I'm just gonna have. Okay, so we'll treat the crowd as a mob, as a swarm. So since we'll treat the crowd like a swarm, I want Callie to make a attack roll for the dread ampule, but I want you to roll twice.
All right. And then
Oh boy.
attack number 2.
Okay, so let's see here.
Callie turns into a scarecrow for a couple of minutes. Callie turns into a scarecrow for a couple of minutes. Like, hold on, guys. I think I got a plan. And everyone just kind of like scowls.
Whoever said that was really good.
Everyone scowls and she pulls out like 12 bottles of weird purple gas in them.
Okay, so.
Oh, you know what? As this is going on, Seamus just like, no, I can do something funny with this. It'd be real funny if I just Well,
Seamus, as you get up there, you see all that stuff that I described to you, or described to Jamal. But also, like, in the midst of that, you see the dude, who led all of these in there. He is standing by the stairwell that leads up to the 3rd floor. And he is pointing to specific individuals in like this like mass crowd and like giving them like a nod and a wave. They're breaking off from the crowd and then heading up to the 3rd. So you see that as you are snagging Jamal, and then hear the like splash, splash, splash of multiple dread ampules going off in the ventilation system. Okay, so
question.
Mm-hmm.
How bright is it up there?
In the largest space, you could fit a fireball.
No, because I don't want to. I don't want to get any innocents involved. But I'm trying to see.
But the distance between you and that guy, ignoring the people that are in between, the distance is about 40 feet.
What's the lighting situation looking like? Is it bright? Is it dark?
It is very dim lighting.
How dim are we talking?
like a low light situation. Like June would be struggling, frankly, to see details. Which means you're struggling to see details. Everything's kind of a blur, but there is one brighter light that's him. Quite clearly see that guy.
You know, I think I might go deeper in, but try to be a little stealthy with.
Color spray.
Yeah, Laughing Shadow.
I mean that too. Are you taking Jamal with you? When you Laughing Shadows?
As you can clearly see,
I think you forgot about the objective to get Jamal.
I think what I do. Can I just kind of like give Jamal like a good like smack across the face? Does not snap him out of it.
Yes, you totally can do that.
Do you want me to do like an unarmed strike? Just
yeah. Just roll a fist attack.
Oh, like one point of damage.
Yeah. You don't actually like do damage to him, but by doing a strike, you do knock him out of the influence. So Jamal, your mind is.
What happened?
Welcome back to Earth, bud. Hey, so this guy's really sus, and there's multiple floors. I'm hearing like weird splashing noises, and there's not a lot of brightness. So you and me, we're gonna go scope it out.
Jamal, huh?
Thanks, bud. Let's go.
Wait, what?
Laughing Shadow.
Yoink.
Yoink.
Get yoinked, idiot.
I am dragging you on this adventure whether you like it or not.
I'm like, oh, Fuzzy, can Jamal be confused?
Oh, you're very
sorry.
confused. You're definitely confused.
You bastard!
You're 100% confused. Okay, so now since you're doing Laughing Shadow, you go into your arcade cascade stance. That gives you a 30-foot speed now. I'm going to say that Jamal, as you're just like grabbing him by the overalls and hauling him along, like a fucking Oshkosh baby. So, let's see here. And you get to move through this. Okay. All right. So, I am going to need. Are you just going to and go up the third?
I'm gonna go up the third floor and hide in all the darkest spots I can to see, you know, the various rooms and who's in them.
Okay. Then what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to make a stealth check.
Hey.
Hey, yo, in fucking deed. You slip up them stairs. You as soon as you hit Laughing, you don't exist for these people anymore. You were just fucking gone. And you snake your way upstairs to the third floor. Third floor, the debauchery of the second floor is a pale shadow of. There is no clothing on floor 3. Everyone is dropping trowel, if they've still got it, on the way up the stairs. Once they get there, everybody's naked, everybody's getting tattoos, and there is just bottles upon bottles upon bottles of liquor everywhere. They've all been opened, or most of them have been opened anyways, and you can see that the people who are doing the tattooing are dipping the needles into the alcohol before dipping it into the ink, and then stabbing it into the people who are getting the tattoo.
Oh, that didn't sound hygienic at all.
Who are also drinking the alcohol at the same time.
What the fuck? What the...
Yeah.
And on the other side of the stairwell, or like, so you get up to the top, you see this stuff, because this area, they've taken out walls. Like, you could tell that there used to be individual like little in here. They've completely removed all the walls. It's just a big ass open space.
Well,
and again on the far opposite stairwell that goes up, but at that stairwell there is an actual Trollsch standing guard at that side. He is naked as the day he was born. He's covered in tattoos. He's got horns. He's got tusks, and he's got a Tetsubo that is taller than fucking Gloria. So, and he's got his arms crossed. He's not like, partaking in the debaucheries going on. People are partaking in him as part of the debaucheries, but he's not an active participant.
Is any of the alcohol that's there is the one that Callie's looking for?
Make a ridiculously high DC perception check.
You're on it, Captain. Damn. Never mind. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'll hero point it just for shenanigans' sake. Not any better.
No, not really. So you don't see that one, but you don't see it amongst the empty. I'll go ahead and tell you that you don't empty.
I guess. You said there's another floor, right?
Yes, there is a fourth floor.
But it's guarded by the Trollsch.
That's guarded by the Trolls. This one has an actual.
That's an actual what?
As an actual guard, not just somebody standing there, but an actual guard.
While he's doing this, is Callie still doing the thing with the dread ampules?
Yeah, you're still just dumping those dread ampules in its way.
Yeah, I mean, like, what are where's like Laria and like that's like what are we doing down here? Like, are we just...
that is a very good question. What?
Yeah, let's smash cut to them real quick.
Like, just be like,
so back downstairs.
Mm-hmm. Like, do you need to put so many bottles?
So Seamus went upstairs. He hasn't come back yet, weirdly. And Callie is just like, more bottles, more bottles, more bottles.
Do you need to use so much? I think
Callie,
that might be a bad idea.
Callie looks at June, is like, well, no, we need to cover the whole building, and it just keeps throwing more bottles.
Yes, but Seamus and Jamal just went up that building that you're dumping all this stuff into, so maybe that...
Callie then looks at you and is like, wait, what?
Yeah, you were so...
Why did nobody tell me before I started?
Also, Torque like leans around June and is like, "Hey, Callie, is that stuff flammable?"
I mean...
He was just saying, to be fair, I didn't see it either. He went up there so fast.
Yeah, they were... I hope,
like,
God, I hope to God...
Callie's like, I don't think it's flammable.
I hope to God Seamus didn't get roped in with all those freaks up.
I mean, if it is flammable, as long as nobody has an open flame, we should all be good. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. You guys don't breathe in water, and you guys might want to stay down here then.
That doesn't sound great. I mean, Callie, we're getting into the winter period, and that means that like the building's probably got its furnace on. That you're pouring all this stuff down into.
Like I said, I'm 98.98% sure that it's not flammable.
Alright, I'm back. What I missed.
Well,
there's
Seamus might be in trouble.
There's a 2% chance that all the stuff that's getting poured into the into the there's a 2% chance that it might explode.
The stuff that Callie's putting in the
I'm pretty. Callie's like, last I checked, I chose. There were 2 formulas for the dread ampule at the store, and I'm pretty sure I got the non-flammable one. But I'm at that one though. I'm only a 50% chance though. Yeah, but I am.
Okay, so wait a minute. So there's a 50-50 chance that you. Right.
I mean the formulas are exactly the same except for one ingredient, and I'm pretty sure. Like I said, 98.9% sure that it's not that ingredient that I put into it.
Dude, Should we get Seamus and Jamal, or should we?
Kylie's like,
That'll mean sending somebody else up there, and they haven't come back yet.
Kylie's like, I mean, we could send Mr. Servos.
Dad'll be fine. He survived explosions.
I'd prefer the building not to explode, preferably with us not in it.
Oh, like I said, 98% sure.
I'm like a little tidbit of anybody. What about the pedestrians?
Is the dread stuff even causing the effect at all, or are people still just partying up there?
Well, it's working its way through the vents, and since normally it is a contact splash poison, the way that I've decided that Callie's attack roll is versus the group of people like a swarm, and these things versus swarms are usually pretty effective. But since it's not direct contact, it is, through the vents, there's delayed response to it.
Gonna take its time.
So what I'm doing basically is I'm counting down a minute. And once a minute has passed by, it will begin to affect the people on the second and then work its way up from there.
Callie, I would imagine Callie looks at you, like, I give it, and says it's not she starts scrolling through her notes about the procedures of how the Dread Ampule works and the book she read about it that were tied to the formula that she had copied. It shouldn't. We should have at least a minute, I think, before it takes effect.
And how long have they been out there?
About a minute. About almost a minute now. So.
Oh, gee whiz. I hope nothing blows up.
You're cruising across the second floor. As you're not paying any attention, so you don't really notice it. A faint mist beginning to come out of the vents. As you approach the 10-foot tall Trollsch dude who's literally carved grooves into the ceiling. He's blocking the stairs. How do you plan on getting past him?
Let's see.
Wouldn't he also be breathing in the Dread Ampule as well as Jamal as well? Now that I just thought about it.
No. Because the Dread Ampule. So that's happening underneath them because they're on the third.
Okay.
He's on his way to the fourth floor. So how is he going to get past the guard who's guarding the stairs to the fourth?
He's literally blocking the whole way, right?
Oh yeah, he is physically blocking the entire. A wall with a sizable erection.
Jesus. I'm still under the guise of Laughing Shadow, correct?
Yep. And at the moment, all of the regular people, none of them have like I said, you've completely stopped to exist as far as they are concerned. This guy, he is clearly on watch. You're not close enough yet to trigger him for anything. So that's why I haven't even asked you about that yet. So that's why I'm asking you, how are you approaching? You have about 50 feet to cover to get to where he's standing. Which would take you 2 actions to act, and leave you with 1 remaining action. And I am also going to ask you to make a society check.
To me?
Yes.
I'll make a society check then.
Damn.
Probably nothing good.
No. Don't worry about it.
Oh no, Mr. Sherman is typing.
Beep boop, I'm sure. Let's see. I can't. I'm not good at deception. I can't do anything of the sort of that. My intimidate. I don't think I can intimidate him. That's a big boy.
Yeah, that's a big boy.
It might take a lot to intimidate him.
I have anything I can use to distract him at least. Can I notice anything behind him?
Well, there's the stairwell behind him. What little that you can make out of it is very dark, which obviously, with your otherwise normal human-based sight, you can just barely make out the faint hint of stairs. It doesn't look like there's any person or anything standing in that area, but it's literally just like 5 feet worth of space and then stair that goes up.
You know? He's how far from me again? 50 feet?
50 feet.
I'm going to do slashing gust, but I'm not going to aim at him. I'm going to have it be a wind that blows past him that hits something behind him.
Okay. So that like he feels the breeze moving past him?
Yes.
Okay. I'm assuming with the intention to make him turn and look.
Turn and look, or like be like, what was that noise? And see if I can kind of inch my way around him and still hide in the darkness.
Okay. Make the attack roll with the spell, and I'm going to give that versus his, as opposed to like AC. Okay. 24. That is going to be just enough. Okay. So he like blinks as like the breeze like swishes past him, and there's the like rattle as it collides with the back wall, and he full turns around, which drags like 3 people who are like orally to him below the waist.
Oh shit!
As he turns to like look in that direction, like what the fuck was that noise? And you see him grab the Tetsubo with one hand as he's just like lifts it up off of the ground, which hits the roof of the building, the interior ceiling, cracks the ceiling tile as he does it, but it doesn't slow him down at all as he then rotates it around into fuck as he rotates and turns in that direction, giving you a clear area that he's not.
All right, and then I am going to. So since he's looking that way, now I can get up higher up the stairs and still stay in the shadows.
Yeah, I am gonna, however, ask you to make a stealth check.
Jamal Joseph.
Oh, okay, that's 25.
Yeah,
Okay.
like still dragging Jamal this whole time, right?
Yeah.
Yep, and he's still dragging Jamal.
Jamal's like,
okay.
I'm literally just like, shut up.
All right, so you throw out the spell to distract the Trollsch dude. He looks in that direction. You get past him, get onto like the landing, where you can see up the stairs. The stairs go up to a second make a 90-degree turn, go up to the next, and there is like a door there. That door, very obviously, has a big fucking padlock, but is otherwise closed. And the moment that you are in that 5-foot space, you feel like a pressure pushing against your orb, like a magical pressure pushing against it, and you get just the briefest hint of this before a hand, literally the size of your torso, just interposes itself in between you and the rest of the stairs, and like sort of just gently scoops you back like a fucking bulldozer. and the Trolsch guy comes around to like look in your direction, and his eyes glow as he like looks you up and down, and he says, "You're not on the guest list."
Oh, shit. He's only got my torso, right?
I mean, yeah, he's only like scooped you out of that one location onto this floor. But yeah, he's he's right there, and he
Jamal, I'm sorry that I dragged you in this, but
Cold
Oh my
spray.
god!
Just pepper
Okay.
spray.
All right. Hold on. Let me look up what the current version of color says. That text is out of date now.
Oh, it is cool.
Color. Yeah, color spray is now known as dizzying colors. Let's see here. Still a few. Let's see here. You unleash a swirl color overwhelm creatures. You basically just give them a.
What?
Okay.
you give him a what?
You give him a seizure, and he has to make. He's got to make a will save, and then his degree of success depends on how. But if even if he succeeds, he's still dazzled. Okay, so your spell DC is what? You've got a spell
21.
DC 21. Okay, spell DC 21. I'm gonna make this an. Let's see here. Open roll. Roll. We'll save. Okay. He fails. Which means he is dazzled for a round. And dazzled, specifically, means that his eyes are overstimulated. Let's see. If vision is his only precise sense, then all creatures and objects become to him. Let me make sure. Yes, that's the only precise sense that he has. So, you're momentarily concealed. You've got just a moment where he can't, like, see you clearly enough.
He can't see me. Am I still under the effect of Laughing Shadow?
Yeah, you haven't ended it.
Oh, this is too. Oh, it's so hard not to pass up. Would he technically also be considered flat-footed too?
No, he is not. But if he were to, like, take a swing at you during this like moment where his dazzled, then he has to make a flat check. Which, if he fails the flat check, it doesn't matter what.
I'm gonna try and trip him with my scythe.
Okay. That's going to be versus his athletics. His athletics DC is a 26.
Oh, fuck that. Wait, hold on, wait. 1d10. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck it, we ball. No! Wait, hold on, no, I'm gonna hero point it.
This is what your last hero.
Wait, isn't the 24 hit though?
No, it's a 26 for the trip.
Oh.
Damn. So what is it? He just kind of dodges it?
Well, it means you like go for the trip and like he doesn't budge. He's as solid as a mountain.
Damn.
But you do hear him growl, and he repeats, "You are not on the guest list, and neither is your dog." At which point he is going to make that. He's going to make that check versus you. I'm going to go ahead and roll that live too. So let's make the D20 check here.
I'm like, first of all, I'm a fucking being, you piece of shit.
Well, he can't see clearly, right? And he, well, let's see here. You're holding Jamal. What is Swag's athletics DC?
My athletics is a 3.
Okay, so you have a 13 athletics DC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay. This is ridiculous, but I want to see how. Okay.
Please fail.
It'd be really funny.
He can't. There's no way he can physically fail. He more than crits. Okay.
Oh, fuck.
oh god.
Yeah, he crits on an 8.
Yeah. This is what he does with the party.
Okay, so he palms both Jamal and Swag in one hand, and then he just throws you across the building and back over towards the other stairwell.
Like
he just-
falling over the crowd and into the other stairwell.
Yeah, like full on over across the orgy all the way till you slam into the wall on the other side of the building.
Do we hear that?
Let's see here. Oh yeah, you guys hear a slam boom that's different from the other little like thuds and slaps and plaps and whatnot that's coming from upstairs, as well as the screams and like not the like good kind, but like bad kind mixed in with the good kind.
Guys, I think it's working.
Oh my god.
Oh god, what was that movie? Do you remember Event Horizon?
Yeah.
You remember the video that the ship there's like and there's that like little brief like 2-second clip. Yeah, those kind of noises are starting to like come from upstairs. It's getting buck ass wild, and as that is happening, the chef who went to go get the guards has come back with some guards. So like they're like rolling up on the building. There's the thud of Seamus and Jamal hitting the wall on the other side, and then the Trolls guy starts to wade through the crowd towards you, ominously. This time he's like switching to baseball bat stance with the Tetsubo that's like 16 feet long. So, Magus.
Can I say that Cal made the joke of like we could send Mr. Sherlock so that she actually did send Mr. Sherlock?
Yeah, I don't think that's a good. I don't think this was a good idea, guys.
I mean, you could send Mr. Servos up there. What is Mr. Servos' command? What is Mr. Servos to do?
This is to get like Seamus to get out of there. Seamus and Jamal.
Protect Dad. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to say then that what happens here is that like you guys hit the wall, Seamus and Jamal. You guys hit the wall, and then you hit the floor. It is a hard, heavy thud. I'm not going to worry about like damage or anything like that, but effectively it dazzled you from him like throwing you across the fucking room. And as you like clear your vision and like everything lines back up, this gigantic Trollsch guy just wading through an active orgy on his way towards you, like he's about to put down a couple of punches. But then there is a heroic beep beep noise as two robotic pincher hands like come up the stairwell, grab the two of you, then haul as Mr. Servos begins to like scuttle his way through the semi-orgy on the second floor back over to the stairwell to get back down to the rest of the party.
How long are we gonna keep going? I think
we're
like, well, since we got the two of them,
we're coming to an end here. What I'm going to ask the party though is so you guys downstairs, you know the guards are on their way. I'm going to say that the party does have an extremely brief window when Mr. Servos is like coming down the stairs and the guards are coming up, that you guys could duck out the back door into the courtyard of trees if you don't want to deal with the guards and or the orgy going on upstairs. So Do you want to stick around to deal with the guards, or do you want to like duck out?
I want to duck out, but at the same time as they're going down, can I say that Dr. Tremors swipes one of the bottles of alcohol I made?
You know what? Sure. Have Dr. Tremors make a perception check. DC. Okay, I was gonna say DC 15. That's more than good enough. Okay.
It'd actually be really funny if you got the wrong bottle. That's even better. Like he somehow does manage to get the exact bottle we need.
He gets an unopened bottle, but it's the wrong bottle.
All right, you're like, Dr. Tremors, this is very important. I need you to grab a green bottle that's a square shape. And Mr. Tremors is like, I don't see colors. I'm colorblind. But yeah, I'm gonna say Dr. Tremors like snags a bottle on the way back, and unless you guys are gonna say otherwise, I'm gonna party ducks out the back so that they are otherwise left to their own devices.
Yeah, definitely duck out. This was
Okay.
like certainly an experience.
Okay.
You know, for shenanigans' sake, can I see what would happen if I decided to reroll the save?
You know what? Go ahead. Make one more swing. Okay. See, now that would have worked. That would have worked.
I heard
just
that.
yelled from the other room. He said,
I heard it too.
Absolutely hilarious.
Oh my god.
That's
Honestly,
amazing.
no,
That's
I
great.
think this was a better outcome.
Yeah. No, because we let the guards deal with
I mean, look, plus, let me go ahead and tell you this. Just as a tiny little peek behind the. If you had initiated actual real combat with that guy,
I would have died within one turn.
Oh yeah, you would have died in one turn.
With Jamal.
Probably, because the lowest AC he could possibly hit is an AC 22.
Oh god.
AC 22 is the floor. And he does about 30 damage per hit, and that's not counting the persistent bleed damage.
Yeah. If he rolls a 10, he crits me. That's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this was a better outcome, honestly.
And not only that, but he does have a special ability. Tetsubo. Not only does he do that incredible like fucking damage on top of all of that, but he can also trigger another thing, which then sends you literally flying.
And this is just the bodyguard. This isn't even the actual dude that like started this whole mess.
Yeah. This is the guard. That's just the tutorial level.
What's it?
So,
I'm like,
so
what,
yeah.
what I feel, I would honestly feel like Seamus, like, I have unfinished business one day.
One last thing though that I want to do officially come to a close here. I would like Jamal to make a society check. I mean, what would you know? But roll that society check for me, because you hear all kinds of crazy stories in the war. You've heard some crazy ass stories in the war that getting thrown against the wall free in your memory. I will write that down in my notes that Jamal actually passed that check.
Jamal gained and he remembers something after getting his ass thrown at the wall.
He's like, wait a second, I've had my ass thrown at the wall like that before. That reminds.
I'm like, I was like, Jamal been through a lot of scuffle, but that was a rare one that happened again to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is one of those wild ones.
This certainly was an encounter. I'll say that.
It was an encounter of all time.
Not to throw shade at the guards, but I don't think they can help this guy. I think at the very least the trolls are gonna make it, and probably they're like, what was the name of the hyena man?
Well, that's not Callie's problem anymore. She got what she came for.
Yeah.
Everything
Well,
else.
well, it's kind of
it's just in the nick of
yeah,
time.
it's kind of a problem for us because they looked us up and down and were like got a good look at us and probably like yeah. So
You're telling me that they'll believe? Ain't no way the officers will believe them. Callie says with this work. You think they're really gonna say that the kid filled the entire ventilation system with dread air fuel? No, that's not happening.
No one will know I broke the Geneva. No one will believe you.
I would say this. This whole experience definitely, besides like getting thrown on the wall, probably made Jamal make rethink some things. But in terms of like what takes up weird city life besides him just being like country boy that just
I do like the concept of like Jamal having like complete existential thing of like, wait a second, is this fun? Do I not know what fun is? Have I been doing fun wrong?
I'm like, Jamal's way of fun is literally I would say, I'm like sharpening his knife and shooting glasses. Just test his accuracy.
I will say though, the worst case scenario is if we're leaving the building and we hear a giant explosion as all of the fucking gas ignites.
We know nothing.
I wasn't on the officer.
Hey, if anybody asks, the one person was potentially wrong 50% of the time.
Hey man, it's not my fault they
Okay.
sold the wrong formula.
I was like, I'm pretty sure Jamal after that whole situation is like, oh my god, what just happened? My head hurts.
Like your head hurts.
Right.
My fucking back, bro.
My body, my whole ass body.
I'm like, and I'm pretty sure Jamal was like, what the hell were you trying to do?
There was so much magical pressure coming from that door, I just had to know what was in there.
Jamal just...
Seamus is a
Jamal just
magic
go,
magnet.
I let Jamal just go, oh my god, you fucking jackass. And then just pass out.
It takes one to know one.
It passes out as well.
Can Seamus even take 26 points?
26 points? No, I'll be dead.
Yeah, that's what kind of damage this thing would have done to you.
I'm like, Jamal got 32.
Jamal's got like 60 hit
damn,
points.
how squishy are you guys? Yeah.
It's
I only
funny
have
how
24 hit points.
it is
Yeah,
very
but
funny, cool
you're
fact of
gonna
his
win.
tiny
He's a
size.
glass cannon.
He is.
It is
total
very
glass
funny,
cannon.
cool fact that Jamal had that much hit point, but for a little dude.
Well, you know, when you leveled up and you got the the stat boost to con, that was a huge help for you because otherwise Jamal was dealing with that.
He's like, I could give blows and take blows. Nice.
But now,
That
yeah,
would mean
now
a
you
different
can-
thing if you were charmed.
I mean, you were going to be given in there one way or the other. I mean, let's be serious. Anyways, yes. Again, as always, thank you for showing up and putting up with my BS. Next session, there will be like actual maps and everything. I was working on a map, but unfortunately was not able to get it finished in time for this, so I just decided to theater of the mind it.
Yeah, and it still worked.
Which was
it
fine.
Still worked. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. It still all worked out. So I'm glad for that. But I'm also glad that I've gotten the B plot to come in and say hi to you guys, and then expose itself. But yes, the B plot is also happening. But now you do also have directions to get to actual like Yellow Stream and all of that sort of stuff. So if the party wants to be like, you know what, you know what? The guards can't handle it, but also the guards can handle it. We'll just walk out.
Yeah.
You totally can.
This town at this
It's like, this will be a fun.
What
I'm
the
like,
fuck is wrong with this town?
it's like it would be a. I was like, it would be a funny thing if we ever came across him way into the future.
I mean,
Hey, don't give the GM any ideas.
I mean,
We'll run into a shirtless guy wearing bells. Who's like, wait a minute, is that the kid who filled my entire orgy with fucking fear gas?
hey, fish lady, you got any more of that fear gas on you? That shit was lit.
Oh God.
I like
that would be the other thing. They fucking liked it. That would be the other thing. They fucking liked it.
Callie becomes a drug lord.
Yeah.
Real, not clickbait.
I'm like Jamal. I'm like, probably would say Jamal after that. Through the day, you don't trust Shayna's to do anything, especially the fact of a rescue mission to save him.
Seamus is just the type of character that would just act without thinking.
Just like the real. No, I'm joking.
No, you're right. You're right. Say that shit with your chest, King. Say that shit with your chest.
I mean, when you're right, you're right.
This is good to be back.
Yeah.
I know, like, and not just me being without internet, but I know, like, a session or two was canceled because schedules and stuff. But yeah, this was a good session. I had fun.
I would imagine. What's all?
This was all good. I'm glad that we basically got everybody here. No shade on he needed rest, so I'm glad that he's getting his rest.
Yes, and so do you too, Fuzzy. So do you too.
I mean, true.
What Tim would have actually. I wonder what Tim would actually would have seeing that. What the hell's going on here?
I'm gonna send him. Hey,
you missed
the party did stuff, but you got to talk to a robot. You got any important questions for that robot? You know, and he will probably take me up on it.
He probably would have failed that will save at the beginning, and then probably would have. We'd have to save him as well. I mean, he probably wouldn't even fucking need a will save. He'd just go willingly, honestly.
He'd be like, I'm not even bothering with a will save.
I'm gonna go see what that fun is.
Yeah. June almost got roped into it too, but she had like a charm on her that, saved her.
Yeah.
The hyena man was looking very weird.
Yeah.
He was giving. It's just like, he was going to like shoot a look at somebody in the party, and like I rolled to see like who it would be. It landed on Callie, and I was like, I'm gonna be like, nah.
Why don't you take a
seat? And then so I re-rolled, and then it's like Laria. I don't think he would do that with a mushroom. So then it's like, who else is left? It's like June. June is the most like the most probable target, actually.
Yeah.
It would have been funny if it landed on or like one of the guys out of the or Shaman. Like, I guess he rolled like that.
You should have just said fuck it, and he gave the look to like Mr. Servos or something. He's robot sexual or something.
Robosexual.
You know what? That guy, true pansexual. Anything.
Damn. Leave my kitchen tools alone.
So, anywho, yeah. Next session should be next Saturday. At this point, there is nothing that I have checked that will be of a problem for myself. So, obviously, of course, if anything comes up for anybody, I'll just let me know. But otherwise, again, hey, thanks for showing up and sitting here and having fun. I am glad to have gotten back and have got most of us all together here at the same time. So, real happy for that. I am going to go get something to drink, though. I'm feeling it in my throat, and while I am much better from the day previous, I can feel it starting to drag on me. So it's time for medicine again.
Yeah. Take care of yourself.
I will. You do the same. The rest of you, take care of yourselves. I love you all. I will talk to you later. You have a good night.
Good night.
Great game, everybody.
Great game.
Good night.
All right. I am definitely ready for some rest. So let's see who is online for us to raid. We have actually quite a lot of people. Okay. We have Les Scarecrow, Amond, Summerkey, Bongo V1, Haruluna, Sangacade, Mama Nile, Astro Lovelace, Menagerie, Ultra R2, Mama Oko, Tiffany Witcher, Riverbard, Java Jojo, Father Mogar, King Meg Art, Combat Cake Roll, Curie the Goblin, Maureen Locke, Dr. Crafty, Slight Midnight, Saria, Sister Bandette, Inedu, Goblin Fia, Good Jared, Team Queen Vivi, Tara Kaminarito, Akami, Ardemoness, Porcelain Maid, Juniper, Lee, and Inya. I don't think I'm going to go with those. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, yeah. We'll roll at the 30. Roll 20, 30, and we'll see who it is. 17. Alright, that's Curie the Goblin. Let's see. Unless somebody wants to redeem the guy that raid redeem, that's who we're gonna. They are still streaming, right? Alright, yeah. Alright guys, we're going to go ahead and raid Curie the Goblin. There we go. And here's the raid message. If you aren't subbed, you can go ahead and use this one, or use your own emotes, just the words, whatever you want. This was a good session and a good way to end a pretty rough day. I'm glad I got to, you know, just hang out and I'm glad I just got to relax for a little bit because I've had a rough day. So I will see you all hopefully Monday. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Mwah. There you go.
Okay, I did it. Quack, quack.